Chapter 158. Not long after, the bailiffs who had received the report jogged all the way to the Ichuan brothel, and the onlookers immediately made way for them. As soon as the bailiffs entered the brothel, they were greeted by such a scene. Pei Zio stood in a pool of blood, his spear in hand. At his feet were the corpses of 7 or 8 thugs, as well as a madam whose eyes were rolled back in her head. The bailiffs didn't dare approach him, instead standing at the foot of the stairs. The head of the bailiffs recognized Pei Zio. The Pei family had always interacted with officials. From the emperor's relatives to the secretaries of the yamen and the jailers, the Pei family was willing to spend money to rope them in. Who knew when he would be able to use it in the future? Of course, he could use it now. "Young Master Pei, what's the matter?" the head of the bailiffs asked from afar. Pei Zio raised his head to look at the bailiffs, and his cold face slowly revealed a pained expression. I don't know anything. I've been kept up." The head of the bailiffs was a knowledgeable man, and after hearing Pei Zio's words, he had a rough idea of what was going on. "Young Master Pei, no matter what, please put down your weapon and come with us to the yamen." Pei Zio was only wearing his undergarments, and his body was drenched in blood, some from others, and some from himself. After the fight, Pei Zio's face was swollen, his hair disheveled, and his eyes unfocused. He no longer had the air of a young master. He was carried out of the Ichuan brothel by the bailiffs. As his unfocused gaze swept across the crowd, he suddenly saw a familiar face. It was Yi Qianying. Their eyes met, and there was an indescribable mixture of emotions. "Uncle, another bowl of 8 treasures porridge." Yun Ruoyan called out. She was still sitting at the seat by the door, and because there was a good show to watch, her appetite was particularly good. "Little brother, have you found your eldest brother?" the old man asked curiously when he saw his daughter's excitement. "Ah! My brother, he's not here. We've wronged him." Yun Ruoyan made up a story as she ate her porridge, looking at the gradually dispersing crowd and the figure of a familiar woman. The show had ended, but another was about to begin. Yun Maxiao was cultivating in his own residence when he suddenly sneezed. Frowning, he rubbed his nose and ended his cultivation. He hadn't seen Yun Ruoyan in a few days, so he decided to head over to her quarters to take a look. Yun Maxiao didn't see Yun Ruoyan when he arrived at her cottage. Yun Ruoyan usually cultivated in the morning and evening, and it was around this time that she would get up to wash up and eat. Something must have happened for him to go out so early today. When Yun Maxiao pressed on, Peony quietly told him that her mistress had left early in the morning, and was dressed in men's clothing. Puzzled, he waited for Yun Ruoyan in the room. When Yun Ruoyan pushed open the window and entered the room, she saw her brother sitting by the table, staring at her. "Oh, my brother." Yun Ruoyan patted her chest. "Why did you conceal your aura? You scared me. What were you doing so early in the morning? Why are you dressed like this?" Yun Maxiao asked. "Nothing, just wanted to get some fresh air." Yun Ruoyan turned around and closed the window. It was already autumn, and the cold wind would blow in through the window. "Get some fresh air." Yun Maxiao clearly didn't believe Yun Ruoyan's words. "Oh, I've had enough bird's nest soup, so I went out for a change. Then I saw a good show." Yun Ruoyan walked up to her brother and poured herself a cup of hot tea, sipping it slowly. She'd eaten too many steamed buns, and it was time for her to quench her thirst. "What show did you see?" Yun Maxiao continued to interrogate her. Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but burst out laughing as she recounted Pei Zio's story to her brother in vivid detail. "Brother, do you think young Master Pei will be sentenced to death for murder?" Yun Ruoyan asked. "Ruoyan, did young Master Pei offend you in the past?" Yun Maxiao suddenly asked. "No, what's wrong?" Yun Ruoyan's smile immediately vanished. She realized that she was taking pleasure in Pei Zio's misfortune far beyond the scope of a bystander. But she just couldn't help it. Look at how happy you are. Those who don't know better might think that you have some deep grudge against him. Yun Maxiao exclaimed. Yun Ruoyan thought about it for a moment. She had to hide the grudge from her past life, but she could at least tell her brother about it in this life. As a result, Yun Ruoyan told her brother about how Pei Zio, Yi Qianing, Yun Ruoyao, and Yun Ruoyu had tried to harm her and cousin Lin in the imperial territory. He really is a despicable person. Yun Maxiao commented angrily after hearing Yun Ruoyan's account. Brother, do you think Pei Zio will be severely punished for killing so many people at the emperor's feet? No, he won't, Yun Maxiao replied. Why? Yun Ruoyan asked. According to what you said, he fell into someone else's trap, Yun Maxiao said. Ah. Yun Ruoyan looked at her brother in shock. Fell for someone else's trap? Brother, why do you say that? Yun Ruoyan was shocked by her brother's observation skills. Just from hearing her story, he could tell that Pei Zio had fallen for someone else's trap. That's obvious. You said that Hua Hua is so ugly that any normal man would be disgusted by her, but Pei Zio spent a lot of money to buy her first night. This is something worth considering. Yun Maxiao explained. He suddenly started killing people in the morning. He must have been mesmerized and couldn't accept spending a night with an ugly woman, so he lost his mind. Yun Maxiao quickly explained the situation, and Yun Ruoyan felt that if he continued, she would be exposed as the mastermind behind all this. She was just about to change the topic when Yun Maxiao asked. Where's that Hua Hua? You haven't mentioned her for a long time. The madam was beaten to death, so where did she go? Ah. I don't know. Yun Ruoyan lowered her head and continued drinking her tea. If Hua Hua ran away, it means there's a conspiracy behind this, Yun Maxiao continued. Even if there's a conspiracy, he still killed someone. How can he not take responsibility for killing someone? Yun Ruoyan said, unconvinced. Although I'm not often in the capital, I've often heard Master mention a few of the major families in the capital. Among them, the Peis have been the fastest to rise in recent years. With money and connections, it wouldn't take much effort to deal with such matters. Moreover, the people Pei Zio killed were all low-class people, so it was easy to bribe them with some money. Besides, Yun Maxiao turned to Yun Ruoyan. He was accepted into Kongming Academy, just like you. Even if he committed a crime, he can't be sentenced to death. Yun Ruoyan knew that it wouldn't be so easy to get rid of Pei Zio, but his reputation would be tarnished after this incident. Forget it, it's none of my business. Yun Ruoyan smiled. Brother, I'm going to the Slaughtering King's Manor to play with Sisterly Luo today. Why don't you come with me? Liamo was right, the Slaughtering King's Manor was indeed open to Yun Ruoyan at any time. As soon as Yun Ruoyan dismounted from her horse, the two guards by the door greeted her. Miss Yun, please come in. Yun Ruoyan walked to the door, hands behind her back, and smiled at the two guards. Is His Highness drunk today? Our Highness isn't here, the shorter guard replied. But he told us that no matter what he's doing or not, as long as you're here, we'll welcome you as if you're the mistress of the manor. Yun Maxiao frowned, and Yun Ruoyan's face reddened. Then is Miss Li Luo in? Yes, the taller guard replied. The taller guard replied, Miss Li Luo has just returned from shopping. She should be in the kitchen now. Because there weren't many people in the Slaughtering King's Manor, everyone was familiar with one another. Yun Ruoyan nodded, and the two siblings entered the manor one after the other. Yun Maxiao was also surprised by how quiet the manor was. There were even fallen leaves in the corridors, and no one was sweeping them away. Moreover, without anyone to lead the way, they didn't even know where to go in such a large manner. Ruoyun, do you know where the kitchen is? Yun Ma Xiao asked. I don't. Yun Ruoyun shook her head. She had been to the slaughtering king's manor twice, slept in one of the guest rooms, had some snacks in the garden at the back, and waited for Liemo in the drawing room. But Yun Ruoyun had no sense of direction, and she wouldn't be able to find any of these three places. Just then, a middle-aged woman in her 40s walked out from the corridor to the right. She was dressed in a blue cotton robe, and it looked like she was the mother of one of the servants in the manor. Miss Yun, are you Miss Yun? The mother didn't seem at all timid as she greeted Yun Ruoyun. Both Yun Ruoyun and Yun Ma Xiao were taken aback. In the Yun household, such servants didn't have the right to speak to guests. Even the most upper-class maids had to lower their heads in front of guests, and unless the guest asked to speak to them, or the master ordered them to do so, they wouldn't initiate a conversation. However, the mother didn't seem to realize this. She smiled at Yun Ruoyun. Miss Yun, you must be looking for Miss Li Luo. She's brewing some medicine in the kitchen right now. I'll take you there right away. Oh, of course, Yun Ruoyun replied, and the two siblings followed the mother to the kitchen. Sister Li Luo, Yun Ruoyun called out as soon as she saw Li Luo, who was busy brewing medicine in front of the stove. When Li Luo raised her head and saw Yun Ruoyun, she smiled. Miss Yun, I'll be done in a moment. Please don't come in, it's too smoky here. It's all right. Yun Ruoyun walked into the kitchen, followed by Yun Ma Xiao. Li Luo couldn't help but stare blankly at him, surprised to see him all of a sudden. Miss Li Luo, is your brother's injury all right? Yun Ma Xiao took the initiative to speak up when he saw Li Luo's shocked expression. Oh, much better. Why did you and Miss Yun come together? Li Luo looked at Yun Ruoyun, then at Yun Ruoyun. Let me introduce you. Yun Ruoyun walked up to Yun Ma Xiao's side. This is my brother. You know his name, right? Li Luo recalled that outside the Yuela villa, the man in front of her had introduced himself as Yun Ma Xiao. Only then did Li Luo react. Yun Ma Xiao, Li Luo called out. Chapter 159. Hero, I didn't expect you to be Miss Yun's brother. Li Luo looked at Yun Ma Xiao and smiled. That day, I had to bring my senior brother back to treat his injuries and left in such a hurry that I forgot to ask where you lived. My senior brother has been talking about it for the past few days, saying that he has no way to repay you for saving his life. It was nothing, Yun Ma Xiao hurriedly said. Don't take it to heart, Miss Li, and don't call me hero all the time. That's right, calling you hero is too formal, Yun Ruoyun interjected. Young Master Yun, Li Luo smiled and corrected herself, I'm sure my senior brother will be very happy to see you again. Yun Ma Xiao looked at Li Luo's beautiful face, her gentle smile, and the fine sheen of sweat on her forehead. He felt an indescribable sense of beauty. Brother. When Yun Ruoyun saw her brother staring at Li Luo in a daze, she nudged him. Yun Ma Xiao's smile didn't waver as he shifted his gaze from Li Luo's face to the stove in front of her. How's Brother Duan's injury? I have some top-notch medicine that I'll send to you another day. Thank you, young Master Yun. Li Luo didn't refuse. As she fanned the stove, she continued, Senior brother's external injuries are mostly healed, but he's been in a bad mood ever since he lost an arm. Once the medicine was ready, Li Luo brought a bowl and a pot of medicine to Yun Ruoyun and Yun Ma Xiao to deliver the medicine to Duan Tianyun. Duan Tianyun lived in a guest room on the eastern side of the slaughtering king's manor, not far from the kitchen. Before long, the three of them arrived at the garden. But before they could enter the garden, they heard the sound of porcelain shattering, as well as a man cursing angrily. None of them knew what was going on, and they hurried into the garden. There were many guest rooms in the garden, but only the one in the middle was open, and the sound had come from within. Li Luo hurried into the room, followed by Yun Ruoyan and Yun Maxiao. "Senior brother, what are you doing?" Li Luo shouted. Yun Ruoyan saw that the room was a mess, and a tall, one-armed man was standing in the middle of it. He was pulling at the bandages around his broken arm, fresh blood dripping from the wound. "Senior brother, stop." Li Luo hurriedly put down the tray and ran towards the man, trying to stop him from harming himself. "Your wounds have just healed, what are you doing? Go away, I don't want you to care about me." Duan Tianyun shouted angrily as he shook off Li Luo, continuing to pull at the bandage. "You're my senior brother. If I don't care about you, who will?" Li Luo was furious, her voice tearing up. Just as Li Luo charged forward again, Duan Tianyun slapped her across the face. "Why didn't you tell me that you were a maid in the Slaughtering King's manor?" Duan Tianyun roared at Li Luo. "Have you forgotten how our parents and master died? You actually became a slave to your enemy. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of master." Duan Tianyun raised his palm again, but this time, his palm didn't land. Yun Maxiao had grabbed Duan Tianyun's wrist tightly. "Who are you?" "Scram!" Duan Tianyun roared at Yun Maxiao, but when he saw Yun Maxiao's face, he froze. Although Duan Tianyun had been severely injured that day in the dueling arena, he still remembered his benefactor's face. "It's you." "Yes, it's me." Yun Maxiao stared at Duan Tianyun, his gaze sharp. "Miss Li went to great lengths to save you. No matter what happened, you shouldn't have raised a hand against her." "AI." Duan Tianyun sighed heavily under Yun Maxiao's intense gaze, finally lowering his raised hand. There was a brief silence in the room. The side of Li Luo's face that had been slapped quickly swelled up. She lowered her head and walked to the wooden table by the door, pouring out a bowl of medicine from the flask and placing it in front of Duan Tianyun. "Senior brother, drink your medicine," Li Luo said. Duan Tianyun didn't look at her. "I won't drink the Slaughtering King's manor's medicine anymore." He turned his head to look at Li Luo's swollen face and said apologetically, "I shouldn't have hit you, it's all my fault. I didn't protect you well enough, and now you're in this situation." Duan Tianyun stood up. "Luo, let's leave the Slaughtering King's manor now." Li Luo shook her head. "Senior brother, I'm not leaving." "You'd say that again." Duan Tianyun pointed at Li Luo in disbelief. Li Luo looked at Duan Tianyun with a pained expression. "Senior brother, I can't leave the Slaughtering King's manor. I've signed a contract with the Slaughtering King, and I'm now a servant of the Slaughtering King's manor." Duan Tianyun pointed at Li Luo, his entire body trembling. "Fine, if you're not leaving, then I'll leave." Duan Tianyun was about to leave and Yun Maxiao blocked his path. "Good man." Duan Tianyun looked at Yun Maxiao. "I'll repay you for saving my life in the future, but please don't stop me today. As a beastkin, I can't live under the same roof as my enemy." "Brother Duan, you've misunderstood," Yun Maxiao began. "I'm not trying to stop you, Brother Duan, but your wound is dripping blood non-stop, and I'm afraid you'll faint on the streets before long. Coincidentally, 2 beastkin friends of mine are staying at my grandfather's manor as well. If you don't mind, why don't you stay there for a while?" Duan Tianyun looked at Yun Maxiao, then at his own wound, and sighed, "I'll do as you say." Yun Maxiao looked at Li Luo, and she looked back at him, her eyes full of gratitude. Yun Maxiao didn't say anything, only nodding at her. Yun Maxiao brought Duan Tianyun directly to the Lin Manor, but Yun Ruoyan was in no hurry to leave. In Li Luo's room, Yun Ruoyan wiped her swollen face with cold water. "Your senior brother sure is ruthless. It's my fault. It's only right that senior brother hit me, Li Luo said calmly. Yun Ruoyan paused and glanced at Li Luo. Sister Li Luo, I can tell that your senior brother is a beastkin, but why can't I tell that you're one? Are you a beastkin? Beastkin were known for their extraordinarily bright eyes. The Zhuo siblings were like that, and so was Duan Tianyun. However, Li Luo's eyes were no different from a normal human's. As a result, both Yun Ruoyan and Yun Maxiao thought that she was a human, but Duan Tianyun's attitude today made it clear that Li Luo was a beastkin just like him. Are you referring to my eyes? Li Luo didn't try to hide the truth. It's because His Highness taught me how to conceal the light in my eyes. Li Luo looked at Yun Ruoyan, and as their eyes met, Li Luo's eyes began to change. She had a pair of big, lively eyes. Her black pupils were even darker, and her white pupils were even whiter. In the blink of an eye, her eyes had transformed into beastkin eyes, bright and wild. You really are a beastkin. Yun Ruoyan was a little disappointed. Yun Maxiao liked Li Luo, but how could the future head of the Yun family marry a lowly beastkin? This was a big problem. Miss Yun, are you looking down on me? As a beastkin, isn't it very lowly of me to be the slave of my enemy? When Li Luo heard Yun Ruoyan's disappointed tone, she misunderstood that Yun Ruoyan was targeting her. No, no, no. Yun Ruoyan hurriedly waved her hands. Sister Li Luo, I'm not looking down on you, really. Yun Ruoyan didn't know how to explain herself. After all, she couldn't tell Li Luo that it was because her brother had taken a liking to her, but because she was a beastkin, their relationship might end before it had even begun. Actually, His Highness isn't as scary as everyone thinks, Li Luo murmured. Li Luo lowered her head and said softly, he bought me at a slave auction. Oh. Yun Ruoyan looked at Li Luo with interest, waiting for her to continue. Li Luo slowly recounted the events of the past to Yun Ruoyan. Li Luo told Yun Ruoyan how she had been poisoned with a paralyzing powder, how she had been sold in a cage, and how Li Mo had saved her. When she found out that Li Mo was the slaughtering king, she had been prepared to perish together with him. However, she hadn't been humiliated or tortured as she had imagined. Li Mo had cured her of the paralyzing powder, healed her wounds, and given her some money before allowing her to leave on her own accord. However, Li Luo didn't accept Li Mo's kindness. Instead, she hid and waited for an opportunity to assassinate Li Mo. I tried to assassinate His Highness 8 times, but I was caught every time, Li Luo laughed self-deprecatingly. Li Luo laughed self-deprecatingly. But His Highness has never made things difficult for me. He's let me go time and time again. Every time His Highness released me, my hatred for him lessened a little, but my desire to kill him never lessened. It was as if I were competing with myself. Finally, on the last attempt, I found an opportunity. Li Luo said that she had followed Li Mo from the Yu Kingdom to the Li Kingdom. Once, she had followed Li Mo into the Minghuang Mountain, where there was a cave within the imperial territory. Li Luo followed Li Mo to the entrance of the cave. When she saw him enter, she wanted to follow. However, as soon as she took a step into the cave, a powerful aura forced her back. Frightened, she hid in a corner and waited for Li Mo to come out. Li Luo waited from night until the morning of the second day, when Li Mo finally walked out of the room, heavily injured. Li Luo realized that this was a good opportunity for revenge, and she charged at Li Mo without hesitation. Although Li Luo's cultivation wasn't high, Li Mo's injuries were so severe that he couldn't use his spiritual energy. As a result, the sounds of their fight attracted the attention of the guards, who surrounded them and attacked them. What Li Luo hadn't expected was that Li Mo would protect her. Not only did he take a blow for her, but he even managed to escape with her. From then on, I made up my mind to follow His Highness. Even if I had to be his little servant, I would still be willing. Oh, is that so? Yun Ruoyan quietly listened to Li Luo's story. Apart from sighing, she also felt a little uncomfortable, which she didn't quite understand. After a moment of silence, Yun Ruoyan suddenly stood up from her chair. Do you have any medicine for swelling? Your face needs some medication, or it won't go away so quickly. Yes, there's a white porcelain bottle on the table in the inner room, Li Luo replied. Without another word, Yun Ruoyan entered the inner room to look for the medicine. Just as she was about to leave with the bottle, she heard a familiar male voice from outside. Did he hit you? Yes. Yun Ruoyan walked out. She saw Li Luo and Li Mo standing facing each other, but Li Mo's hand was on Li Luo's cheek. Ruoyan, why are you here? Li Mo was surprised to see Yun Ruoyan. That's right, I came at the wrong time. Yun Ruoyan smiled coldly. She placed the white porcelain bottle on the table and walked out of the room. Chapter 160. Your Highness, Miss Yun must have misunderstood. Li Luo exclaimed anxiously. Li Mo's hand was still on Li Luo's face. When he removed it, Li Luo's face was no longer red and swollen. Thank you, Your Highness. Li Luo bowed. But Miss Yun, Li Mo raised a hand to interrupt Li Luo. He took out a scroll from his sleeve and handed it to Li Luo. Prepare the herbs according to this list. Su Nan will come to collect them in 2 days. Yes, Your Highness. Li Luo took the list and walked out of the room. As Li Mo walked out of Li Luo's room, Yun Ruoyan's expression surfaced in his mind. Was she angry because he'd placed his hand on another woman's face? That must be jealousy. Li Mo's lips curled up in a smile. He found Yun Ruoyan's jealous expression adorable. Yun Ruoyan quickly walked out of Li Luo's garden, her heart filled with an inexplicable anger that made her head hurt. She went out of the garden, wandered aimlessly, and miserably lost her way. Why am I so unlucky today? Yun Ruoyan thought gloomily as she stood on an unfamiliar path. Although it was already autumn, her surroundings were still lush and lush. The trees and flowers looked as if no one had ever taken care of them, and they grew in a messy, yet exuberant manner. There were also weeds growing out from the cracks in the stone path beneath her feet, almost covering the entire stone path. This didn't look like a prince's manor at all. If not for the fact that there was still some human presence, it would have looked no different from an abandoned garden. What an unlucky day. Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but shout as she stomped on the stone path. Yen, what's the matter? Are you angry at me? Li Mo's voice suddenly rang out from behind Yun Ruoyan. Yun Ruoyan stopped stomping her feet, straightened her back, and continued walking along the stone path. She didn't care which direction she was heading in. Yen, where are you going? Li Mo followed her quickly. The path was too narrow for 2 people to walk side by side, so he followed a step behind Yun Ruoyan. This path leads to the back of the mountain. Yen, do you want to go hunting or sightseeing? Li Mo chattered away. Yen, I'd be happy to accompany you, but it's this season, and the plants on the back mountain are beginning to wilt. Don't look back, Yun Ruoyan repeated to herself as she walked briskly. The little animals have also eaten their fill and are hiding in their nests, Li Mo continued to persuade his mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Yun Ruoyan continued forward. Sigh. Li Mo sighed. Yen, there won't be any good scenery or prey to catch. I'm afraid she'll be disappointed. Did I say anything about going to the back mountain? Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but turn to Li Mo. No. Li Mo shook his head and smiled. Where is Yen going? Relying on the self-restraint she'd cultivated over 2 lifetimes, Yun Ruoyan finally managed to suppress the raging blood in her heart. I want to leave this place. Oh, you should have said so earlier. Liemo stepped forward and hugged Yun Ruoyan's waist. What are you doing? Yun Ruoyan raised a hand to push him away, but her body suddenly leapt into the air. Liemo was already riding on his sword energy. Why are you riding on your sword again? Yun Ruoyan didn't want Liemo to get too close to her, but she had to rely on him to maintain her balance. Put me down at once, she cried, in exasperation and vexation. Liemo was in a good mood. Ever since he'd met Yun Ruoyan, he'd never seen her throw a tantrum like this. You're so jealous. Liemo leaned forward and frowned. Are you jealous? Did I eat cool? Am I jealous? Are you joking? Why would I be jealous? Yun Ruoyan denied loudly, having been exposed by Liemo. The more Yun Ruoyan denied it, the more guilty she felt, and the more jealous she would be. Based on Liemo's understanding of Yun Ruoyan, if he continued teasing her, she would definitely explode. I was treating Li Luo's wound, Liemo explained seriously. What does it have to do with me? This is the first time I've seen someone treat an injury like that. Liemo smiled and didn't explain further. Instead, he reached out and placed his palm on Yun Ruoyan's cheek. Ouch! The sudden touch brought with it a bone-piercing chill, causing Yun Ruoyan to shiver involuntarily. Liemo immediately moved his hand away. Why's your hand so cold? It's even colder than ice. Yun Ruoyan rubbed her numb face. Apart from fire-attuned spiritual energy, there's also water-attuned spiritual energy, which can be converted into ice, Liemo explained. That's amazing. Yun Ruoyan instantly forgot that she was still angry. She grabbed Liemo's hand and had him release his ice-attuned spiritual energy once more. Naturally, Liemo satisfied Yun Ruoyan's request. Yun Ruoyan asked if she could condense ice-attuned spiritual energy as well. Liemo told her that it required talent, and he didn't know if Yun Ruoyan would be able to do so before she started cultivating. However, fire and ice were incompatible, and one couldn't cultivate both at the same time. Otherwise, it would be easy for one's cultivation to go berserk. Yun Ruoyan found this strange. As far as she knew, Liemo was a very skilled pillmaster. Didn't he have both fire and ice at the same time? Yun Ruoyan directly asked him this question. I didn't say that I cultivated both elements at the same time, Liemo replied. If you want to have both elements at the same time, you'll have to cultivate one to the highest level, because if you're strong enough to suppress the other, you won't go berserk. Oh, I see. Yun Ruoyan suddenly understood. You're saying that if I want to have ice-attuned spiritual energy, I'll have to cultivate my fire-attuned spiritual energy to the violet level first. You're a promising student, Liemo praised. So, you're not angry anymore. Who says I'm angry? Yun Ruoyan would never admit that she was angry or jealous. Didn't you say that you didn't get your spiritual energy for nothing? Besides, I brought the medicine with me. You're just trying to take advantage of Sister Li Luo. I'm trying to take advantage of her. This was the first time Liemo had heard someone say such a thing to him, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I'm using spiritual energy to treat Li Luo's wounds because it's faster, Liemo explained patiently. I have something for her to do, and I can't just let her go out with a swollen face, can I? Oh. What's so urgent? Yun Ruoyan asked casually. But as soon as she spoke, she knew that she'd crossed the line. She thought that Liemo wouldn't respond, but he did. I'm looking for herbs to treat her wounds. Many of the beastkin we saved last time were injured, and we're in urgent need of herbs. Oh, is that so? Yun Ruoyan's heart sank as she thought of the beastkin who had been persecuted. You're not angry now, are you? I'm really not, Yun Ruoyan replied seriously. Alright, you're not. Li Mo smiled. Rumble, suddenly, Yun Ruoyan's stomach rumbled in protest. She was a little embarrassed. She'd only had a plate of steamed dumplings, 2 deep-fried dough sticks, and 2 bowls of 8 treasure porridge that morning, so why was she so hungry again? She was lucky that she'd been born into a noble family. If she'd been born into a poor family, she would surely have starved to death. Not only are you angry, but you also have a big stomach, Li Mo teased. Li Mo teased, then directed the sword to find a secluded spot to land before taking Yun Ruoyan to eat. Let me ask you a question. You don't have to answer it. Yun Ruoyan walked up to Li Mo's side. Sure, ask away. Why didn't you tell Duan Tianyun and Zhuari Feng that you'd saved so many beastkin? Perhaps you could have resolved their hatred for you. Yun Ruoyan turned to Li Mo. Even if I couldn't resolve their hatred, I could at least alleviate it a little. Because it's a secret I can't tell. Li Mo also turned to look at Yun Ruoyan, his gaze deep. Do you have a secret you can't divulge, even to your closest kin? Yun Ruoyan froze. A secret she couldn't divulge. Of course she did, and not just one. Besides, even if I told them that I'd saved so many beastkin, they might not appreciate it, Li Mo replied helplessly. Li Mo said somewhat helplessly, perhaps they might even suspect my motives and be even more wary of me. She hadn't thought of this possibility before, but when she thought about it, it was quite possible. If an executioner who'd once slaughtered beastkin were to suddenly show mercy and save them, the beastkin surely wouldn't appreciate it. Li Mo brought Yun Ruoyan to the restaurant they'd been to before. Li Mo remembered that Yun Ruoyan loved the braised pork there. And a lion's head, please, Yun Ruoyan instructed the waiter. Yes, sir. The waiter called out as he went downstairs. Braised pork ribs, carp in vinegar sauce, braised pork, and a lion's head. His voice traveled all the way to the first floor, and Yun Ruoyan felt a little embarrassed just listening to it. Others might have thought that this was a portion for 2 people, but Yun Ruoyan knew that Li Mo wouldn't eat a single bite. She'd finished all of it for herself. I'm glad that you have such a good appetite, Ruoyan. Li Mo smiled. What's there to be glad about? Yun Ruoyan turned her gaze to the scenery outside the window. Are you really not going to eat at all? Last time, I saw you finish half a bowl of lotus seed soup. I can eat some vegetarian food, but I can't eat any meat at all, Li Mo replied. After abstaining from eating, your body won't produce any foul air, and meat won't be easy to digest. That's too boring, Yun Ruoyan replied. Humans have 7 emotions and 6 desires, and eating is one of the most important. That's how important eating is. Yun Ruoyan decided that, no matter how strong she became in the future, she would never abstain from eating. Just as Yun Ruoyan was contemplating, a slender, monkey-like figure suddenly appeared in her field of vision. The figure darted through the crowd, agile and nimble, and someone was chasing after him. As he chased, he shouted, "Catch the thief! Catch the thief in front of me!" Chapter 161. Seeing that Yun Ruoyan was looking out the window, Li Mo followed her gaze. Seeing that there were only people chasing after the thief, he didn't pay much attention. Yun Ruoyan felt that the skinny monkey-like figure was somewhat familiar, but she couldn't recall where she had seen him before. However, she had some impression of the middle-aged man chasing after the skinny monkey-like figure, Wang Gang, one of Wang Mang's servants. Since he had seen Wang Gang, it was likely that his master was nearby as well. Yun Ruoyan scanned the crowd, but she didn't see any trace of Wang Mang. What are you looking at? Li Mo asked curiously. Yun Ruoyan was still staring out the window, and Li Mo saw that both the thief and his pursuer had disappeared. Nothing. Yun Ruoyan turned back to Li Mo and smiled. After a while, the dishes began to arrive on the table. Yun Ruoyan picked up her chopsticks and began to eat without greeting Li Mo. Li Mo took out a silver flask and watched Yun Ruoyan devour the food as he slowly tasted the wine he had brought. Just then, a man's angry voice came from the stairs. "Damn it, he ran so fast that he left me behind. Young master, should we report this to the authorities? If you can't even catch up to him, what's the point?" The speaker was a youth, his tone sinister rather than angry. "I've traveled the 4 kingdoms, and this is the first time a thief has managed to steal something from me." "Interesting. Young master, are you saying that we're just going to let it go?" Just as they were entering the restaurant, a skinny monkey-like man suddenly ran out from the side and bumped into Wang Mang. Wang Mang immediately realized that he had lost a jade pendant by his waist. The skinny monkey-like man was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he had disappeared into the crowd. Wang Gang immediately chased after him, but he still managed to escape. "We'll talk about it after dinner," the youth replied coolly. The young man said calmly, but the corners of his mouth were curled up in a cold smile. Trying to take advantage of him was really courting death. Yun Ruoyan's seat was facing the stairs, and she was reaching out for a piece of braised pork with her chopsticks. When she heard the voice, she couldn't help but stop. Enemies are bound to meet. Sensing Li Mo's questioning gaze, she picked up the piece of translucent braised pork. Wang Mang and Wang Gang sat at the table behind Yun Ruoyan, sipping their tea as they waited for their meal. Wang Gang didn't know if he was tired or angry, but he was breathing heavily. He slammed the table and said, "Don't let me catch that son of a bitch, or I'll break his neck." Wang Mang frowned, raising his head to look at Wang Gang. His gaze inadvertently landed on Li Mo, who was seated at the next table. Li Mo's hair was black, and he was wearing a black robe. He held a small silver pot in his hand and poured himself a drink. Wang Mang wanted to probe Li Mo's cultivation, but he found that Li Mo's aura was indiscernible. If he deliberately concealed his cultivation, he wouldn't be able to sense the difference in his aura. If one's cultivation was weaker than his, he would be able to sense the range of their cultivation through their aura. If it was a little higher than him, he would be able to sense it. However, Li Mo's indiscernible aura indicated that this person's cultivation was much higher than his. This was the kind of person that Wang Mang wanted to befriend, learn from, and eventually surpass. Wang Mang didn't recognize Yun Ruoyan, but his attention was drawn to Li Mo. Actually, Li Mo and Wang Mang had crossed paths back at the auction house, but neither of them had ever seen the other. As a result, even now, they were strangers. "What grudge do you have against him?" Li Mo asked Yun Ruoyan, sensing Wang Mang's gaze on him. Yun Ruoyan ate a piece of braised pork, then picked up a piece of fish with her chopsticks. She didn't even raise her head as she replied, "His name is Wang Mang, and he's a famous pill-making genius from the Yu royal family. 2 years from now, I'll have a pill-making competition with him." "So he's Wang Mang." Li Mo repeated the name in his heart. He was quite familiar with it. While Li Mo was touring the Yu kingdom, he had heard more than once that Wang Mang was a pill-making genius rarely seen on the Qinyuan continent in centuries. Moreover, the pill-making world of the Li kingdom had become somewhat unstable due to Wang Mang's numerous challenges. When Li Mo tested Wang Mang with his spiritual energy, he couldn't help but frown. At such a young age, Wang Mang had already become a 6th-rank pill master. According to Li Mo's senses, Yun Ruoyan was currently a 4th-rank pill master, 2 ranks behind Wang Mang. Although 2 ranks didn't seem like much, it was incredibly difficult to catch up. Not to mention the fact that the higher one went, the harder it would be to cultivate. The problem was that while you were improving, others were also improving. If you wanted to surpass others, you had to improve faster than others. Although Yun Ruoyan's talent for pill-making wasn't bad, it wasn't much better than Wang Meng's. It seemed like he'd have to help him out, Li Mo thought. Wang Meng wanted to befriend Li Mo, but he didn't approach him rashly. He had interacted with quite a few people during his travels, and he knew that an expert like Li Mo didn't like to be disturbed, not to mention that he had a woman by his side. As a result, when the waiter brought out Wang Meng's food and wine, Wang Meng took out a flask of fine wine that he had been saving for a long time to honor his father and had the waiter bring it over to Li Mo. The waiter walked up to Li Mo with a smile and handed him the reddish-brown flask. "Young master, this is the young master's treat. Please accept it." Yun Ruoyan frowned at the flask of wine in the waiter's hands, then shifted her gaze from the flask to Li Mo's face. The waiter was holding the silver that Wang Meng had given him as a reward, and he was also looking at Li Mo. "Put it down," Li Mo said coolly. "All right." The waiter placed the flask on the table and turned to leave. Yun Ruoyan tilted her head and looked at Li Mo. "Did he recognize you?" There weren't many people on the Qinyuan continent who knew Li Mo, but there weren't that few either. However, anyone with even the slightest bit of knowledge knew that the slaughtering king's black hair was unbound, and he wore an ink-black robe that hung loosely to the ground. There really weren't many people on the Qinyuan continent who fit this description. Wang Meng's eyes lit up as he gulped down a cup of wine. Just then, Li Mo, who had been sipping his wine, suddenly raised his head and raised his cup at Wang Meng. Overjoyed, Wang Meng hurriedly raised his cup in return, then emptied it before Li Mo could. Wang Meng placed his empty cup on the table and stood up without hesitation, walking toward Li Mo and Yun Ruoyan's table. "My name is Wang Meng of the Yu Kingdom." Wang Meng cupped his fists toward Li Mo. "May I know your name, young master?" "My name is Li Mo," Li Mo replied coolly. Li Mo, Wang Meng could barely contain his excitement. "So you're the slaughtering king. It's my honor to be able to meet you here. You're quite lucky today, your highness." At this time, Li Mo revealed a faint smile. He looked at Yun Ruoyan and said, "Not only did you see this prince, you also saw this prince's little consort. This kind of luck is not something that everyone can have." Wang Meng stared blankly at Li Mo's words. When he turned to look at the person sitting across from him, he was even more shocked. "It's you." Wang Meng blurted out. "Miss Yun, you're the slaughtering king's consort." Wang Meng was curious. It was rumored that the slaughtering king wasn't interested in women, and although he had long since passed the age of marriage, he was still single. Why would there suddenly be a consort? Coincidentally, this consort was Yun Ruoyan, whom he had a duel with. Wait. Wang Meng suddenly thought back to that day at the Lin Manor. Didn't Yun Ruoyan say that she wasn't of marriageable age yet? Wang Meng bowed slightly toward Yun Ruoyan. "Miss Yun, you look so young, but I didn't expect you to be the slaughtering king's wife. I didn't know that you were of such high status, or I wouldn't have dared to be so rude back at the Lin Manor." Wang Meng bowed to Li Mo and said with a vexed expression, "Previously, at the Lin family, I wanted to challenge Master Lin for guidance, but the consort accepted my challenge on his behalf as his last disciple. Please forgive me for my disrespect, Your Highness." Although Wang Meng had apologized to Li Mo, his tone suggested that he didn't want to cancel the duel. Li Mo glanced at Wang Meng coolly, but before he could speak, Yun Ruoyan's voice rang out. "I'm not the slaughtering king's consort yet. I'm only engaged to the slaughtering king, and my agreement with you will continue as scheduled." Regardless of whether it was the emperor's decree of marriage at the flower viewing party or Li Mo's confirmation to Yun Lan at the Lin Manor, the engagement between the two of them had been verbal. There had been no actual betrothal gift, nor had it been announced to the world. Yun Ruoyan really didn't dare bear the title of the slaughtering king's consort. Moreover, the fact that she had accepted the duel as Lin Zainan's last disciple was well known throughout the pill-making world. If she were to use Li Mo's authority to force Wang Meng to cancel the duel, it would undoubtedly damage Lin Zainan's reputation. As a result, she had to accept the duel. Wang Meng looked at Li Mo awkwardly. "What do you think, Slaughtering King?" Li Mo poured the wine with a calm expression. It was impossible to tell if he was happy or angry. He said lightly, "Little Wang Fei's intentions are my intentions. I will definitely personally watch the battles at the alchemy arena." Li Mo and Yun Ruoyan ignored Wang Meng. After standing awkwardly by their side for a while, he bowed and took his leave. "Wait," Li Mo called out just as Wang Meng was about to leave. Wang Meng hurriedly turned back. "Your Highness, is there anything else?" Li Mo glanced at him. "This wine is good, but it's not my cup of tea. Take it back." Wang Meng awkwardly picked up the flask. As he turned around, a barely discernible trace of malice appeared in his eyes. He returned to his seat and continued eating. Although his expression didn't change, the food in his mouth tasted like wax. Chapter 162. After eating her fill, Yun Ruoyan no longer had the mood to enjoy the view of the streets after dinner, and she left with Li Mo, young master. Wang Gang craned his neck and whispered, "Is that really the legendary Slaughtering King?" Although Wang Gang didn't follow Wang Meng to join in the fun, he heard the conversation between the three. "Rumor has it that the Slaughtering King is cruel and bloodthirsty, but that doesn't seem like it to me." In Wang Gang's imagination, the Slaughtering King should be as burly as a small mountain, with an aura that could shake mountains and rivers. He should be the kind of man who ate large chunks of meat and drank large mouthfuls of wine, and exuded a murderous aura. The Slaughtering King that he had seen today, however, was dressed in a long black robe and holding an exquisite silver flask in his hand as he carefully tasted his wine. He had the air of a frail scholar. "Ha!" Wang Meng sneered and said slowly in a soft voice, "Even a demon who kills without blinking an eye has to wear a good-looking human skin in front of people, right?" Although Wang Gang wasn't a quick-witted person, he knew Wang Meng's temper after following him for so long. From his tone and expression, Wang Meng knew that his young master was unhappy. Who would have thought that that despicable girl was actually the Slaughtering King's consort? Wang Gang said angrily. Back at the Lin Manor, Yun Ruoyan had burned him with spiritual fire, and he still hadn't forgotten about it. But now, it seemed that revenge would be impossible. Wang Gang looked at his young master in confusion. "Since you already know about the relationship between that girl and the Slaughtering King, why didn't you just cancel the duel?" "At that time, young master, it won't be good if you win or lose." "Won't it be even more difficult?" "What do you know?" Wang Gang said coldly. "Who do you think the Slaughtering King is? How many people on the Qinyuan continent were worthy of his attention? If I were to take the initiative to cancel the duel out of fear of his identity, even if I were to temporarily go along with the Slaughtering King's wishes, he would definitely look down on me. I've done the exact opposite. At least the Slaughtering King remembers me now." Wang Meng was not only a genius in alchemy, but he had also been doing business since he was young. Furthermore, he had received the teachings of his father, the head of the Wang clan, and was fond of studying people's minds. In short, he was a very powerful person. Wang Meng picked up the flask of wine that Li Mo had opened but had only taken a sip from, poured himself a cup, put it under his nose, and downed it in one gulp. Over 100 years of aging, it was mellow and refreshing. "Is there still no news from the people you sent to investigate my second brother's whereabouts?" Wang Meng asked. Wang Gang smelled the aroma of the wine and swallowed his saliva. When he heard his master's question, he quickly replied, "Not yet, this is already the third time. I'm afraid that second young master is in danger this time. Wang Meng frowned. He had traveled to the Qin kingdom and had wanted to stay there for a few more days, but he had suddenly received news from his father that his second brother, Wang Kuang, had gone missing in the imperial territory. Wang Meng's father ordered Wang Meng to immediately go to the Li kingdom to find Wang Kuang's whereabouts. He told Wang Meng that he wanted to see Wang Kuang, dead or alive. The eldest daughter of the Jin family, as well as a few other scions of the other families, have also gone missing. According to our reports, they entered the imperial territory together with second young master. I'm afraid that they encountered some powerful magical beasts there. Although Wang Gang had never been to the imperial territory, he had heard that the beasts there were thousands of times more ferocious than those on the outside, and that some of them were even more ferocious than those on the outside. Wang Mang had never been to the imperial territory. Because of his exceptional talent in pill-making from a young age, he had been invited to Kongming Academy at the age of 10. However, his father had turned him down on the grounds that he was too young. Instead, he had hired a reputable pill master to teach him, and after he came of age, he had been allowed to travel the world to broaden his horizons. Wang Mang liked this style of learning, so he didn't have much of an interest in Kongming Academy, a place that everyone yearned for. His younger brother, on the other hand, was different. Wang Kuang wasn't particularly talented, but he had cultivated diligently with the goal of entering Kongming Academy. By the time he had entered the imperial territory, he had already become a 6th-rank blade master. According to their father, it wouldn't be a problem for him to pass the trial with such a level of cultivation. However, Wang Kuang had gone missing, and his body was nowhere to be found. If he had encountered a horde of magical beasts on his own, that would make sense. The problem was that Wang Kuang wasn't the only one who had gone missing. Wang Meng didn't know the others, but he was familiar with the eldest daughter of the Jin family, Jin Fei. Her cultivation was quite high among her peers. Even if they had encountered a horde of magical beasts, there was no way they would have been completely wiped out. Wang Meng had a feeling that this matter wasn't as simple as it seemed. Continue investigating, Wang Meng instructed. Wang Meng instructed, investigate everyone Wang Kuang came into contact with before and after entering the mystic realm. Yes, young master, Wang Gang replied. After the master and servant finished their meal, they left the restaurant. Wang Meng lifted his foot and walked towards the east. Young master, where are you going? Wang Gang followed behind him. The inn is to the west. Wang Gang's stupidity sometimes left Wang Meng speechless, but despite his stupidity, he was loyal. Wang Meng's father had once told him that an intelligent master didn't need an overly intelligent servant, but rather a loyal and obedient one. Don't ask so many questions, just follow me, Wang Meng said without turning his head. Yes, young master, Wang Gang replied. Clearly, he was that kind of loyal and obedient servant. As Wang Meng walked, he took out another piece of jade from his sleeve pocket. This piece of jade was yellow in color and didn't look special. It didn't look like something valuable. However, as Wang Meng held it in his hand, he could clearly sense the location of another jade pendant that was identical to this one. It was right in front of him, to the east. After greeting Lin Zainin, Yun Maxiao brought Duan Tianyun to the bamboo garden to have Lin Qingchen treat his wound. Although Duan Tianyun's acupoints had been sealed, the wound was still too large. Blood was still slowly seeping out of Duan Tianyun's arm, staining the rest of the bandages red. At this moment, Lin Qingchen was helping him bandage his wound, which had been torn off at the shoulder joint. Earlier, Li Luo had treated his wound in the Slaughtering King's manner, cutting away the torn tendons and torn flesh, revealing the ghastly white bones beneath. Lin Qingxue had been helping by the side, but when Lin Qingchen removed the blood-stained bandages, she couldn't take it anymore and ran out. Now, it was Zhuo Lin who was helping. Lin, give me that red porcelain bottle. Lin Qingchen tossed the bandages to the side and extended her hand to Zhuo Lin. Zhuo Lin immediately handed the bottle to Lin Qingchen, who removed the stopper and sprinkled the medicinal powder on the wound. Your wound has been treated and disinfected well, so I won't have to disinfect it again, Lin Qingchen told Duan Tianyun as she sprinkled the medicinal powder. Lin Qingchen said to Duan Tianyun as she sprinkled some medicinal powder on his wound. This time, I'll bandage your wound properly. Don't pull it off again. Before treating Duan Tianyun's injuries, Lin Qingchen had asked Yun Ma Xiao about it, and Yun Ma Xiao had explained the situation to her. As a physician, Lin Qingchen didn't like patients who threw their own bodies in a fit of pique. No matter how angry they were, they couldn't just pull the bandages off their wounds. I won't, Physician Lin. Duan Tianyun turned his head and squeezed out a smile. His face was covered in sweat from the pain. If you can't take it anymore, I'll give you some anesthesia. Don't force yourself, Lin Qingchen said, glancing at Duan Tianyun. There's no need. Duan Tianyun looked at his ghastly wound. I feel like I'm dead after being anesthetized. I don't like it. Moreover, he wanted to remember this pain, to remind himself at all times that he should hate the pain. Lin Qingchen stopped talking and focused on bandaging his wound. After Yun Ruoyan and Li Mo left the restaurant, Li Mo sent Yun Ruoyan to the Lin family's gates before leaving. Li Mo wanted to pay a visit to Lin Zainin, but there were 3 members of the Lin family who hated him to the core, so it was best that he didn't show himself. When Yun Ruoyan entered the bamboo gardens, she saw Lin Qingxue squatting outside, her face pale. While Zhuo Yifeng was injured, Zhuo Lin had to take care of her brother, and neither of them could go to the bamboo gardens to tend to the magical beasts. Strictly speaking, Lin Qingxue's injury had something to do with Zhuo Yifeng, so Lin Qingchen had used this opportunity to goad her into going to the bamboo gardens to tend to the magical beasts. Because of her guilt, Lin Qingxue had no choice but to agree. As a result, she was no longer as afraid of the bamboo gardens as she was before. Qingxue, what's wrong? Yun Ruoyan walked over and asked. Lin Qingxue's face was pale as she pointed to the room. Sister's treating an uncle, and he's quite frightening. Yun Ruoyan walked into the room and saw Yun Ma Xiao and Zhuo Yifeng sitting by the side. Lin Qingchen was treating Duan Tianyun's injuries, and Zhuo Lin was assisting her. Miss Yun, Duan Tianyun greeted Yun Ruoyan as soon as he saw her. Yun Ruoyan nodded in return, and after asking Lin Qingchen about her injuries, she turned to Yun Ma Xiao and Zhuo Yifeng. Ever since Yun Ruoyan had entered the room, Zhuo Yifeng had been a little uneasy. Yun Ruoyan didn't have many friends, and she treasured them all the more because she had been through life and death with them. She didn't want to lose Zhuo Yifeng just like that. Zhuo Yifeng, are you feeling better? Yun Ruoyan took the initiative to break the awkward silence. Much better. Zhuo Yifeng knew that he couldn't blame Yun Ruoyan for anything, and she didn't owe him anything. However, there were some emotions that he couldn't quite understand that kept circling around his heart, causing him to feel uneasy. As soon as he saw Yun Ruoyan, this feeling only intensified. You'll be entering the academy soon, and after that, you'll have to recuperate, Yun Ruoyan said worriedly. I know, I'll be fine. Zhuo Yifeng finally forced a smile onto his face. There was a pawn shop to the east of the restaurant, and there was only one customer in the shop. What did you say? Only worth 5 silver. The skinny man leaned on the counter of the pawn shop, his slender neck almost poking through the small window. The pawn shop had a lot of valuables, and in order to ensure safety, the counter was separated from the main hall by a sturdy wooden partition. There were only a few small windows at the front of the counter for customers to trade with each other. Master Gua, I grew up in the capital as well, so don't try to scam me, the skinny man yelled at the counter. only worth 5 silver. If you don't believe me, you could try elsewhere. The shopkeeper didn't waste any more time, and directly handed the yellow jade pendant out of the window. 5 silver isn't even enough for me to drink the wind. The skinny man snatched the jade pendant and turned to leave the pawnshop. This skinny man was none other than Guiyu, the man who had done something indecent to Jin Fei, in the imperial territory. Chapter 163. What AF * King Tiger getting bullied by dogs. Do Yao walked out of the pawnshop and wandered on the street, still holding the jade pendant he stole from Wang Meng. He muttered as he walked, that shouldn't be the case. That guy looks like a young master from a rich family, why is his jade pendant only worth 5 silver? After getting the jade pendant, Du Yao didn't even have time to take a good look at it before he rushed into the pawnshop and asked for 1,000 taels of silver. According to his experience, a jade pendant that could be hung on the waist of a rich kid must not be an ordinary item, and he was chased all the way down the street. But when Do Yao took a closer look, the yellow color was not crystal at all, and it was still a piece of uncarved jade. Damn it, don't tell me he's a poor guy pretending to be rich. Do Yao was so angry that he raised his hand to throw the jade pendant, but he couldn't bear to do so in the end. 5 silver was also money, and it could be exchanged for buns for a few days. Times were different now, even a copper coin was good for Do Yao. Do Yao reluctantly put away the jade pendant. Seeing that there were fewer people on the street and that there were no rich people, he didn't want to work anymore. He used the remaining money on him to buy a few pieces of sesame seed cake and a pot of wine, and continued walking east along the street. Do Yao drank as he walked, and gradually became drunk. He turned unsteadily into a secluded alley. There was a large courtyard at the entrance of the alley, and the people living in it were the lowest rung of the imperial city. Oh, Master Do is back. Good evening, Master Do. Master Do drank good wine today, did you make a fortune? The young and old men in the courtyard who didn't work laughed when they saw Do Yao. Do Yao had been living in this courtyard for 2 months, and usually called himself Master Do, saying that he was the young master of a rich family, so the people in the courtyard loved to tease him. Master Do, your wife went crazy in the house again today. A middle-aged man came over and said to Do Yao, crying, screaming, and smashing things in the house. The landlord came to see a few times, saying that all the furniture in the house has been smashed, and he wants you to pay for it. Do Yao squinted his rat-like eyes and said, those pieces of broken furniture aren't worth much. I'll ask my shop to send a set of rosewood furniture to compensate him. The man thought that Do Yu was bragging and laughed, Master Do, you should go back and see your wife. She's caused quite a commotion today. Only then did Do Yao stumble towards the innermost room. Madam, open the door. Do Yu knocked on the door and shouted, Master is back, quickly prepare shark's fin and bird's nest soup for him to sober up. At the same time, a skinny woman with messy hair was curled up on a shabby bed in the room. When the woman heard Doyle's voice, she was so frightened that she curled up into a ball in the corner. Open the door. Open the door. Do Yao's banging on the door started to get impatient. If you don't open the door, I'm going to kick it down. As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked the wooden door open. There was only a wooden stick propped against the back of the door, and Do Yao kicked it open with one kick. Entering the room, Do Yao took a look at the messy room and the broken mirror on the floor. He had bought it when he was in a good mood after stealing some money a few days ago, but it was now in countless pieces. Do Yao's heart was in a mess, and his resentment soared. Without another word, he raised his hand and threw the bottle at the woman in the corner. Jean, Do Yao cursed. Do you scolded, do you still think you're some noble lady? You're just AF * King broken shoe. Do Yao's words agitated Jin Fei, who had curled up into a ball. She leapt out from the corner of the room and started biting and tearing at Do Yao. Do Yao was in so much pain that he slapped Jin Fei onto the bed, pointing at her as he continued to curse, "How dare you hit me? If I hadn't saved you, would I be in this state today? Instead of being the young master of the Dou family, I'm here to suffer with you, and you dare hit me?" The more Do Yao thought about it, the angrier he became, and he began to beat Jin Fei on the bed. It was said that this pair of enemies had gotten together in the imperial territory after being afflicted by Immortal Coiling's aphrodisiac. The next day, before the two of them had even woken up, they were found by the Dou family juniors. The two of them were naked in each other's arms, looking very loving. Head Do Yao's face was red as he straightened his neck and covered the two of them with scattered clothes, then waved for the crowd to leave. The crowd laughed, unwilling to leave. Just then, the two of them opened their eyes, one in front of the other behind them. As soon as they opened their eyes, their minds went blank, and they saw many pairs of eyes looking down at them. Jin Fei sat up in shock, and the clothes covering her slid off her body, revealing her naked body in a flash that blinded the eyes of the crowd. Feeling a chill in her chest, Jin Fei looked down and immediately let out a scream. When she turned to see Do Yao, who was also naked, she screamed even louder. The crowd thought she had gone mad and could only knock her out. Under the interrogation of the Dou family's eldest son, Do Yao confessed that he was still dreaming of marrying a rich and beautiful woman. The Dou family's eldest son, on the other hand, was clear-headed. He knew that his scoundrel brother had gotten into big trouble, and he didn't dare delay any longer. He immediately led the crowd to disguise Jin Fei as an injured person and carried her out of the imperial territory. When they returned to the Dou family, old Master Guo was also seething with anger. In order to prevent the matter from being exposed, he ordered Jin Fei to be locked up. Once she woke up, she would curse and swear in her room every day, saying that she would tear Do Yao to pieces and raze the Dou family to the ground. Old Master Guo was utterly disappointed in Do Yao, but he couldn't let the Dou family be dragged down by him. After thinking hard for a few days, old Master Guo decided to secretly get rid of Jin Fei, then send Do Yao back to the countryside to look after the estate, never to return to the capital again. While old Master Guo and the Dou family's eldest son were discussing this matter, Do Yao happened to overhear them. He couldn't bear to let a beautiful woman like Jin Fei die like this, but he also didn't want to be banished to the countryside. As a result, Do Yao packed up some valuables that very night, snuck into Jin Fei's room and kidnapped her. Do Yao initially fled to the countryside with Jin Fei, but after half a month, seeing that the commotion had died down, he couldn't bear the loneliness and returned to the capital with Jin Fei. Jin Fei's heart had been damaged and hadn't received any proper treatment. Her 5th-rank cultivation had been mostly dissipated, and Do Yao, who was a 4th-rank blade master, couldn't resist at all. At first, Do Yao fawned over Jin Fei like a grandson, but Jin Fei beat and scolded him like a dog, humiliating him to the extreme. Finally, after one drunken night, Do Yao's wolf instincts kicked in and he raped Jin Fei again. From then on, things got out of hand. Whenever Do Yao drank, he would do it to Jin Fei. Gradually, Jin Fei's mental health began to deteriorate, and she became what she was now. "I've given up everything for you, but you've become like this. But you've become like this. I'll beat you to death today, and I'll be clean." Having been chased halfway down the street, only to have stolen a fake jade, Do Yao had been holding back his anger all this time, and his blows became more and more vicious. He didn't even notice that Jin Fei's body was covered in blood. "What's going on today?" the people in the courtyard began to discuss. "Why hasn't that woman made a sound after such a long time? Is she going to beat someone to death? Should we go take a look? What's there to look at? That brat goes crazy when he drinks too much." Be careful, he might beat you up too. Just as the crowd was talking, two people suddenly walked in from the entrance of the courtyard. One was a young master, the other a middle-aged man. Both were dressed in embroidered robes and had the air of nobility about them. The crowd stopped talking and looked at the two, but no one dared to approach them. The two of them didn't look at the crowd either, only sweeping their eyes across the courtyard, as if searching for something. This is the place. Wang Meng felt the message from the jade pendant in his hand and said to the confused Wang Gang, "The thief who stole the jade pendant is in that room in this courtyard." Wang Meng pointed to the innermost room. "Damn it, so it's here." When Wang Gang heard Wang Meng's words, he rolled up his sleeves and strode into the house. Do Yao was finally tired and stopped to catch his breath, when he heard a shout behind him. "You brat, you've been found by your grandfather." Before Do Yao could react, Wang Gang strode in front of him and slapped him onto the bed. This slap caused Do Yao's nose to bleed, and he sobered up. Covering his face, Do Yao took a closer look and recognized that this was the man who had chased him halfway down the street at noon. He couldn't help but wail, "My lord, it's just a piece of broken jade, do you have to do this?" Wang Gang grabbed Do Yu's collar and dragged him from the bed to him like he was carrying a chick, staring at him with his big eyes. "Where's the jade? Hand it over if you don't want to die." I'll hand it over." Do Yao tilted his head and spat out a big tooth. He took out the yellow jade from his pocket and handed it to Wang Gang. "My lord, the jade is here, please spare my life." Wang Gang snatched the jade and threw Do Yao back onto the bed. He pointed at him and said, "I'll spare your life today, but if I see you again, I'll break your legs." Wang Gang was about to turn and leave when he heard a hoarse female voice behind him, "Wang Gang, save me." Chapter 164. Wang Gang found the voice somewhat familiar, but he couldn't tell whose voice it was. He turned in the direction of the voice, only to see a madwoman with disheveled hair and bloodstains lying on the bed. Wang Gang thought he'd misheard and was about to leave when the voice sounded again. "Find brother Wang Meng for revenge." This time, Wang Gang heard it clearly. He turned to look at the woman in front of him, who looked neither human nor ghost. "Who are you? How do you know my young master's name?" "Brother Wang Quang has been killed." The woman seemed to muster all the strength in her body. "I'm the eldest daughter of the Wang family in the four kingdoms of Yu, Jin Fei, Wang Meng had been standing in the middle of the courtyard the entire time. He was dressed in embroidered robes and stood out in the midst of the filthy mess. Dozens of pairs of eyes stared unblinkingly at him. He casually glanced at the crowd of young and old men squatting or standing by the wall. Each of them smelled worse than the last, and not a single one of them was clean. What a bunch of lowly commoners. As a pill master, Wang Meng's sense of smell had always been very sensitive. The sour smell in the air made him very uncomfortable. He covered his nose with his hand and called out impatiently, "Wang Gang, why aren't you coming out yet?" "Young master," Wang Gang's loud voice came from within the house. "Come in quickly, I've found Miss Jean." "What Miss Jean?" Wang Meng naturally wouldn't associate the noble Jin Fei with this filthy courtyard. "It's the eldest daughter of the Jin family." Wang Gang hurriedly rushed to the door and waved at Wang Meng. "The eldest daughter of the Jin family, Jin Fei, Wang Meng frowned as he strode into the small room. "Young master, she's Miss Jean." Wang Gang pointed at Jin Fei, who was lying on the bed. Wang Meng walked over to Jin Fei, his face as dark as still water as he looked down at her. Jin Fei's bruised eyes could only be opened a slit, and tears flowed down her cheeks. Wang Meng reached out a finger and brushed aside Jin Fei's messy hair. Her face was as swollen as a pig's, and it was impossible to make out her original appearance. But Jin Fei said, Brother Wang Meng, Brother Wang Quang was killed by that bitch, and Fei was also harmed like this. You have to avenge us. You really are Fei Wang Meng said with trembling lips. I am. Jin Fei struggled to say those two words. Her breathing became ragged, her eyes rolled back, and her entire body convulsed. She was on the verge of death. Quick, quick, help her up. Wang Meng's hand didn't come into contact with Jin Fei's body. Instead, he turned to Wang Gang and anxiously gave instructions. Wang Gang hurriedly helped Jin Fei up, letting her lean against his chest. Wang Meng took out a bottle and poured out a life-saving pill for Jin Fei Only then did Jin Fei catch her breath. Brother Wang, save me. Jin Fei cried out. Wang Meng had Wang Gang hold Jin Fei's hand while he took her pulse with 2 fingers. Very quickly, he retracted his hand and gloomily asked, Who did this to you? Jin Fei looked at the squatting Do Yao and gritted her teeth. It's him. There was also Pei Zio. Pei Zio was the one who stabbed me in the chest. It's his fault that I'm like this. How do you want to take revenge? Wang Meng asked. Slice off their skin inch by inch, slice off their flesh, break their bones, and then marinate them in salt water, Jin Fei said. All right, I'll do as you wish, Wang Meng replied. Hearing this, Do Yao was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground and wet himself. And who killed my brother, Wang Quang? Wang Meng continued. Jin Fei's breathing quickened once more, and her eyes rolled back into her head as her body convulsed. Fei tell me, who killed Wang Quang? Wang Meng asked urgently. It's. Jin Fei couldn't say the last word. Young master, quick, save her. Wang Gang cried out. I can't. Wang Meng's hands were clenched tightly behind his back. His face was ashen. Her heart meridian has already been severed, even a high-grade life-saving pill won't be able to save her. Jin Fei's heart had already been pierced by Pei Zio's sword, but her heart meridian hadn't been completely severed, and with the help of a high-grade pill, she had managed to keep her life. However, she hadn't received any proper treatment during this period of time, and the wound on her heart had worsened. Just now, Do Yao had been punching her repeatedly, and a few of those punches had landed on her chest, shattering her already fragile heart meridian. Wang Meng reached out to close Jin Fei's eyes as he murmured, Yun Ruoyun. Wang Meng's eyes suddenly shone with a sinister light. Back at the Lin Manor, after Lin Qingchen had treated Duan Tianyun's wounds, Duan Tianyun was arranged to stay with the Zhua siblings. As beastkin, the 3 of them naturally got along very well. As the sky darkened, the 2 of them left the Lin Manor and rushed back to the Yun Manor. On the carriage, Yun Ruoyan asked her brother, Brother, did you return that sachet to Sister Li Luo? No. Yun Ma Xiao shook his head. I forgot. Yun Ruoyan naturally knew that her brother hadn't forgotten. Brother, Sister Li Luo is also a beastkin, and she used a special method to conceal her beastkin eyes. Yun Ma Xiao had actually already guessed that Li Luo was a beastkin, but he was still confused about the beastkin eyes. Yun Ruoyan's explanation cleared his doubts. When Yun Ruoyan saw her brother remain silent, she leaned closer to him and asked, Brother, do you like Sister Li Luo very much? Like her very much. Yun Ma Xiao couldn't quite put his finger on it. All he remembered was that the first time he had seen her, she had been veiled, and her slender figure had left a deep impression on him. The second time they had met was at the Yuela villa, and Li Luo had still been veiled. Yun Ma Xiao had followed her into the dueling arena, and he had seen her jump into the dueling arena without a care for her own safety, battling the beasts with her low cultivation. Outside the Yuelu villa, Yun Ma Xiao had requested to see what Li Luo looked like. Li Luo had taken off her veil and turned around to look at him in the dark of the night. Now, whenever Li Mo closed his eyes, he could see her face clearly. And today, Li Luo's serious demonic appearance in the kitchen, as well as Duan Tianyun's fierce treatment of her, were all clearly etched in Yun Ma Xiao's mind. Yun Ma Xiao, who had never fallen for a girl before, guessed that this was probably what it meant to be. Yun Ruoyan looked at her brother's dazed expression and couldn't help but sigh. This was bound to be a difficult relationship. That night, Yun Ruoyan entered her pocket dimension. Tonight, Qiu would be teaching her how to refine a new poison. Qiu, that soul-stealing pill is too powerful. Yun Ruoyan was very excited when she thought of Pei Zio's reaction after being poisoned. I'm going to make a few more to protect myself. Mistress. Qiu couldn't help but pour cold water on Yun Ruoyan's excitement. The soul-stealing pill is powerful, but it also has a huge drawback. Drawback? What drawback? Yun Ruoyan's smile faded as she looked at Qiu. The first drawback. Qiu squatted down and raised its claws. The target's cultivation can't be higher than yours. The soul-stealing pills you concoct as a 7th-rank blade master won't be effective against cultivators above that level. Yun Ruoyan nodded thoughtfully. When she had been refining the soul-stealing pills, she had felt that she had expended a large amount of spiritual energy. It seemed that the strength of the soul-stealing pill was closely related to the cultivator's cultivation. If the soul-stealing pill was only effective against those weaker than her, then it wouldn't be very effective. The second drawback, Qiu continued. The soul-stealing pill is too complicated to use, and you have to put it in the target's food and drink when they're not paying attention. Such an opportunity isn't easy to come by, and the success rate is too low. In fact, if Pei Zio hadn't invited Yun Ruoyan to dinner, she really wouldn't have had the chance to poison him. All right. Yun Ruoyan compromised. In that case, teach me how to refine other poisons. All right, then let's begin. Qiu stood up and raised its front leg high. Today, I'm going to teach you how to refine a poison that's specifically targeted at those with a higher cultivation than you. This poison is odorless, colorless, and extremely difficult to detect. Once poisoned, you'll temporarily hallucinate and lose your ability to attack. What's the name of this poison? Yun Ruoyan asked. It's called fog, Qiu replied. As Yun Ruoyan heated up the cauldron with her spiritual flame, she watched as the liquid within slowly turned from red to green, then from green to yellow, and then gradually faded until it was as clear as water. Yun Ruoyan glanced at Qiu, who motioned for her to continue heating up the cauldron. After about 5 minutes, a white mist began to rise from the surface of the clear liquid. Qiu had Yun Ruoyan take out a transparent bottle that was specially designed to absorb the mist. Qiu sucked up all of the vapors from the liquid until there was no more mist left. Yun Ruoyan placed the transparent bottle in front of her eyes and saw that it was filled with a thick white fog. Mistress, if you encounter an opponent you can't defeat, wake Qiu up. Qiu will release the fog into the bracelet's pocket dimension, and mistress, all you have to do is grab the fog and throw it at your opponent. Qiu taught Yun Ruoyan how to use the fog. Yun Ruoyan imagined the entire process in her mind, feeling that it was a simple, efficient, and effective attack. Yun Ruoyan's sense of security instantly rose to a whole new level. Time flew by, and soon, 10 days had passed. During these 10 days, Yun Ruoyan continued to train diligently. Perhaps because she had progressed too quickly at the start, her cultivation had stagnated at the peak of 7th rank. She had a feeling that she was about to break through at any moment, but she just couldn't. Yun Ruoyan was quite vexed, because she couldn't wait to cultivate her own sword so that she could soar through the skies like Liemo and Yun Maxiao. Qiu told Yun Ruoyan that the reason she hadn't broken through was because she lacked an opportunity. Yun Ruoyan asked what opportunity it was, to which Qiu replied, an opportunity to fight with all your might. Chapter 165. Yun Ruoyan kept thinking about the opportunity that Qiu had mentioned. One day, she called her brother over to her cottage and requested to spar with him. Yun Maxiao's cultivation was higher than Yun Ruoyan's, so Yun Ruoyan wasn't afraid of injuring him. She pushed her cultivation to the limit, using her spiritual energy as if it were free. Yun Maxiao couldn't understand why his sister was suddenly using her spiritual energy like a madwoman, and each strike was so vicious that he couldn't help but wonder if he had somehow offended her. But it didn't seem like he had. Ever since his return, he had doted on Yun Ruoyan, wanting nothing more than to make up for everything that he had owed her all these years. How could he bear to offend her? "Brother, what are you thinking about? Be more serious." Yun Ruoyan was very displeased that her brother had been so distracted even in a fight with her. Yun Maxiao's cultivation was higher than Yun Ruoyan's, and he had more combat experience than her, so even when he was distracted, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. After being yelled at by Yun Ruoyan, Yun Maxiao became more serious, pointing out the flaws in Yun Ruoyan's techniques as he fought, as well as teaching her how to use her spiritual energy. Although Yun Ruoyan didn't feel any signs of a breakthrough after the fight, she did gain some insights from her battle experience. Shilon brought over some phoenix stamen tea for Yun Ruoyan and Yun Maxiao to quench their thirst. The siblings sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, sipping their tea quietly. Yun Maxiao sipped his tea as he breathed, while Yun Ruoyan spoke to Qiu in her mind. "Qiu, I've already given it my all. Why isn't it working?" Yun Ruoyan asked. If Yun Ruoyan were to enter her pocket dimension right now, she would see Qiu's speechless expression. "Mistress, you've misunderstood me," Qiu explained patiently. "By giving it your all, I'm referring to a battle to the death, just like the battle you had with Wang Kuang in the Imperial territory." Yun Ruoyan instantly understood that Qiu was referring to a battle to the death, but she really didn't have such an opportunity at the moment. "Mistress, don't worry. There'll be a trial not long after you enter Kongming Academy, and it's said to be even crueler than the Imperial territory. Master will definitely have a chance to fight to the death," Qiu said. All along, it had been said that passing the Imperial territory granted one the right to enter Kongming Academy, but that wasn't entirely accurate. The Imperial territory was only the first time that Kongming Academy was selecting students from all over the Qinyuan continent. After entering Kongming Academy, the trial that was about to begin was the true selection for Kongming Academy. Only by passing this trial would one truly become a student of Kongming Academy and participate in the selection ceremony. "Brother." When he heard Yun Ruoyan call out to him, he turned to look at her. "Why didn't you enter Kongming Academy back then?" Yun Ruoyan asked. With his talent, it wouldn't have been difficult for him to enter Kongming Academy. "My master won't allow it." Like all the scions of the Qinyuan continent, Yun Maxiao yearned for Kongming Academy. However, his master, General Huang, didn't want Yun Maxiao to go. Instead, he convinced Yun Lan to let General Huang personally teach Yun Maxiao cultivation. "But given my master's cultivation, I'm sure he's no weaker than any of the instructors at Kongming Academy, so it'd be a good idea to train with him." Yun Maxiao said, "I'm just a little curious, what does the temple that everyone yearns for look like?" "It must be very spectacular." Kongming Academy was located at the top of the Kongming Peak, and most people weren't allowed there. As a result, not being able to see Kongming Academy with his own eyes was one of Yun Maxiao's greatest regrets. "It really is spectacular." Yun Ruoyan thought back to that night when Liemo had brought her to the top of the academy's tower to watch the sunrise. There, she had seen something she had never seen before. Ruoyan, you speak as if you've seen it before. Yun Maxiao smiled. Yun Ruoyan smiled as well. It must be spectacular. Just as the siblings were chatting and laughing, a servant came to invite Yun Ruoyan and Yun Maxiao to the Great Hall, informing them that Kongming Academy's enrollment list had been released, and that they should head there immediately to pay their respects to Envoy Ding. When the siblings arrived at the Great Hall, Yun Ruoyao, Yun Ruoyu, and Yi Qianying were all present. Envoy Ding and Yun Lan sat together at the head of the table, chatting and laughing. Once everyone was present, Envoy Ding read out the enrollment list of the Yun family's juniors. Unsurprisingly, all of them had been accepted. Envoy Ding then handed back the wooden tokens that had been given to them by the guards when they left the imperial territory. However, the color of the tokens had changed, they were all crimson. Envoy Ding didn't explain this, and no one questioned him about it. It was only later that Yun Ruoyan learned that these tokens would be their identity tokens. The color represented their rank. Crimson was the lowest rank, green was the middle rank, and purple was the highest. After completing his mission, Envoy Ding had to head to the next residence, and Yun Lan and the others sent him off. Envoy Ding's gaze lingered on Yun Ruoyan for a moment longer. He was a little confused as to why the Yun Ruoyan in front of him was so different from the one he remembered. Emissary Ding was lost in thought as he walked and almost tripped over the high threshold. Yun Maxiao, who was walking behind him, reached out to support him in time, but the emissary withdrew his hand as if nothing had happened. Emissary Ding couldn't help but look at Yun Maxiao. He thought to himself that the Yun siblings weren't ordinary people. After sending off Envoy Ding, the group returned to the Great Hall to await Yun Lan's instructions. As usual, Yun Lan gave a few words of encouragement, then brought up Yi Qianying's marriage. Yun Lan said that the Yi family had repeatedly requested that Yi Qianying return to the Yi household to await her marriage. Although Yi Qianying had grown up in the Yun household, her name wasn't on the Yun family's genealogy, and it would be inappropriate for her to remain in the Yun household to await her marriage. Yun Lan's intention was to avoid gossip and have Yi Qianying return to the Yi household to await her marriage. Yi Qianying naturally obeyed Yun Lan's arrangements, and she even stated that no matter where she was married, the Yun household would always be her only home. Yun Lan was very pleased by her words. Yi Qianying returned to the Yi household that very day. Without having to worry about her marriage, the Yun household was as peaceful as ever. The next day, when Yun Ruoyan and Yun Maxiao went to the Lin household, they found out that Zhuo Lin Er's name wasn't on the list of students accepted into Kongming Academy. Zhuo Yifeng angrily demanded an explanation from Envoy Ding, who said that Zhuo Lin Er's constitution was too weak, and that even if she were to enter Kongming Academy now, she wouldn't be able to withstand the next series of trials. In fact, she might even lose her life, and it was for her own good that she wasn't allowed to enter. Seeing that Envoy Ding's words were reasonable, everyone persuaded Zhuo Yifeng not to take it to heart, and Zhuo Lin herself also gave up on the idea of entering Kongming Academy. Zhuo Yifeng had finally gotten this opportunity, and Zhuo Lin didn't want to burden him. As a result, when Yun Ruoyan walked into the pavilion, Zhuo Yifeng's expression was cold. This time, it wasn't because of Yun Ruoyan, but rather because he couldn't accept the fact that he was about to be separated from Zhuo Lin. But when he thought of how Kongming Academy was the only place where he could grow stronger, he began to feel conflicted. Brother Zhuo, you don't have to worry about Lin Qingxue replied. Lin won't be in any danger in the Lin household. My sister and I won't be around anymore, and Lin can still keep my grandfather company. My grandfather is much better at nurturing people's health than my sister, and by the time you leave Kongming Academy, I'm sure Lin will look even better than she does now. Brother, don't worry, Zhuo Lin added. Even if all of you leave, the beasts in the bamboo garden will still be able to keep me company. Finally, Zhui Feng's expression softened. Yun Ruoyan called Zhui Feng to the side and handed him the box containing the tiger canine arrowheads. When she had first received the arrowheads, she had wanted to give them to Zhui Feng, but she hadn't had the time before, and then Li Mo's incident. Yun Ruoyan knew that Zhui Feng wouldn't accept her goodwill, so she hadn't brought it up. Yun Ruoyan felt that today was a good day, so she handed over the tiger canine arrowheads to Zhui Feng, relieving one of her worries. Zhui Feng looked at the tiger canine arrowheads neatly arranged in the box, feeling very excited. He touched each arrowhead with his hand. This wasn't just a simple caress, but a kind of emotional exchange. The more Zhui Feng touched the arrowheads, the more he liked them. The more he touched them, the more certain he was that they had been specially made for him. As a result, Zhui Feng didn't feel the slightest bit grateful to Yun Ruoyan. Yun Ruoyan thought that Zhui Feng would awkwardly thank her, but to her surprise, he only said, "That's great, I like it." Then, he hugged the box and walked off to the side. As Yun Ruoyan looked at Zhui Feng's back, she swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue. But this was good. Yun Ruoyan smiled faintly. As she left the Lin Manor, she unexpectedly ran into someone at the gates, Pei Zio. Just as Yun Ruoyan was about to board the carriage, Pei Zio appeared out of nowhere and blocked her path. Seeing that he had come with ill intentions, Yun Maxiao immediately shielded Yun Ruoyan behind him. Looking past Yun Maxiao, Yun Ruoyan saw Pei Zio standing in front of her. His figure was thin, his face sunken, and his expression ugly. It seemed like he hadn't been having a good time recently. Yun Ruoyan laughed coldly in her heart. "Move aside, I have something to ask Yun Ruoyan," Pei Zio said to Yun Maxiao. "Young Master Pei, if you have anything to say, you can say it here." Yun Maxiao didn't budge. Pei Zio stood out from the crowd, but when he stood in front of Yun Maxiao, his aura paled in comparison. After a moment of silence, Pei Zio finally asked, "Was it you who did it?" "What do you mean, did I do it? I don't understand what you're talking about." Yun Ruoyan naturally knew what Pei Zio was referring to, but she had to play dumb. "Young Master Pei, you don't seem to be in good spirits. I suggest you go to the apothecary and grab a few sedative pills." Chapter 166. By this time, Pei Zio's murder at the Ichuan brothel had become a well-known fact in the capital. What was most talked about wasn't the murder, but the fact that he had bought an ugly woman to spend a night with. Many people could kill a few underrated thugs, but not everyone could sleep with a peerlessly ugly woman for a night of pleasure. The Pei family spent some money to get Pei Zio out of prison without much effort. Pei Zio hid at home these days, not daring to go out. He felt that everyone was looking at him as if he were an idiot, with strange smiles on their faces. Pei Yingxiong discovered that the tiger canine arrowheads, a high-grade spiritual pill, and a mid-grade spiritual pill were missing. He gathered all of his servants to investigate, and all the clues pointed to Pei Zio. Pei Zio confessed to Pei Yingxiong that he had taken those items, but although he had that memory, he didn't have any self-awareness. Just like in the Ichuan brothel, it was as if someone had been manipulating him to do those things, and he could only allow himself to be manipulated like a puppet. Pei Yingxiong asked Pei Zio where he had taken those items, as well as where he had been before going to the Ichuan brothel, but Pei Zio's mind seemed to have been cut off, and he couldn't remember anything about that. Pei Yingxiong's heart ached for his son, and he didn't press Pei Zio for answers. Instead, he told him to rest and to investigate the culprit. Pei Zio, on the other hand, swore to himself that he would find the culprit with his own hands. After Pei Yingxiong left, Pei Zio began to think back to when he had lost his self-awareness, and based on that train of thought, he went through all of his actions over the past few days. Following his memory, he went to the secret chamber where the Pei family kept their spiritual pills and treasures, exited the chamber, and left the Pei manor. Pei Zio remembered that he hadn't taken a carriage, but had instead walked along the streets. 2 hours later, he arrived at the Lin Manor's main gates. But it was here that Pei Zio's memory went blank. When he regained it, he was already at the Ichuan brothel. In that case, what had he done between here and the Ichuan brothel? Pei Zio racked his brains, but he couldn't remember anything. Pei Zio remembered that he had lost his self-awareness in the Yuelu Villa's immortal abode. He had clearly been with Yun Ruoyan, but by the time he regained his memory, Yun Ruoyan had disappeared. And the Lin family seemed to be connected to Yun Ruoyan in some way. Pei Zio couldn't help but suspect Yun Ruoyan. Other than Yun Ruoyan, Pei Zio couldn't think of anyone else who would do such a thing to him. But why would Yun Ruoyan do this to him? Ever since leaving the imperial territory, he had been extremely attentive to Yun Ruoyan. Even if Yun Ruoyan didn't like him, there was no reason for her to harm him like this. Just then, Pei Zio saw Yun Ruoyan walk out of the Lin Manor. Anxious to resolve his doubts, he rushed up to her and blocked her path. Yun Ruoyan, that day when I invited you to eat at the Shinxian restaurant, you suddenly disappeared. From that moment on, I became muddled and confused, and later on, I did many ridiculous things. Other than you, I really can't think of anyone else who would have the opportunity to harm me. Pei Zio said with an agitated expression. Yun Ruoyan had already predicted that Pei Zio would grow suspicious of her. She had even discussed this with Chocho, and Chocho had concluded that the soul-stealing pill's third flaw was that, although the poisoned person had no self-awareness, they still retained their memories. If they weren't careful when administering the poison, they could easily expose themselves. This time, Yun Ruoyan shouldn't have had Pei Zio deliver the pill to the Lin Manor. Instead, she should have chosen a more secluded location. When Yun Ruoyan had given the order, Chucho had been in the middle of cultivating, so Yun Ruoyan had made a rudimentary mistake. What Yun Ruoyan needed to do now was to fix this problem. If young Master Pei hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have mentioned it. Yun Ruoyan didn't feel the slightest bit guilty. Instead, she looked angry. That day, you tricked me into drinking the Immortal's intoxication. What were your intentions? Yun Ruoyan's rebuttal left Pei Zio stunned. I didn't want to do anything. Pei Zio was one of the more mature of his age group, and he was quite shrewd. However, in front of Yun Ruoyan, who had lived 2 lives, he was far too inexperienced. Didn't want to do anything. Yun Ruoyan repeated Pei Zio's words. Then why didn't you tell me that I'd be drunk after 3 cups? Why did you keep trying to get me to drink? Yun Maxiao also noticed that something was amiss. He glared at Pei Zio, his heart filled with rage. If Yun Ruoyan hadn't brought up this matter, Pei Zio would have forgotten that he had tried to use the drunken immortal to get her drunk and then do that unspeakable thing to her, hoping to make her his. Now that Yun Ruoyan had brought it up, Pei Zio couldn't help but feel even more guilty. Because he hadn't been able to focus these past few days, he couldn't hide his guilt. But I didn't do anything. Pei Zio argued loudly. You didn't do anything. Yun Ruoyan looked at Pei Zio disdainfully. That's because the Slaughtering King suddenly appeared and took me away. If not for him, I can't imagine what would have happened next. Yun Ruoyan's sudden mention of Li Mo gave Pei Zio a shock. The Slaughtering King. You were actually taken away by the Slaughtering King. Yun Maxiao couldn't restrain his anger. He stepped forward and grabbed Pei Zio by the collar, almost lifting him off the ground. Yun Maxiao thought back to that morning, when the Slaughtering King had escorted Yun Ruoyan back to her cottage. At the time, he'd thought it strange that Yun Ruoyan had left with Pei Zio, so why had the Slaughtering King been the one to escort her back? If not for the slaughtering king's timely arrival, my sister's chastity would have been ruined by you. Yun Ma Xiao roared, throwing Pei Zio to the ground and raising his leg to kick him. Yun Ruoyan grabbed her brother from behind. Brother, don't hit him, he'll dirty your shoes. Pei Zio lay on the ground in a daze. Could it be that the slaughtering king made me do all these things to punish me? Pei Zio thought despairingly. If the culprit really was the slaughtering king, then he could only grit his teeth and bear the consequences. Young Master Pei. Yun Ruoyan walked up to Pei Zio's side and looked down at him. I don't know who did this to you, but I don't mind telling you this. That day when you suddenly came to the Lin Manor, you handed me the tiger canine arrowheads and 2 spiritual pills without a word, then turned to leave. You didn't seem normal at the time. After hearing Yun Ruoyan's words, Pei Zio was even more convinced that the culprit was the slaughtering king. He was also aware of the complicated relationship between the two of them. At first, Pei Zio had thought that a virtuous woman was the perfect match for a gentleman. Since the slaughtering king hadn't announced to the world that Yun Ruoyan was under his name, then anyone could fight for her in their own way. But now, Pei Zio regretted his decision. Some people couldn't have any improper thoughts about what they wanted, or else they would suffer a tragic fate. Yun Ruoyan looked at Pei Zio's dazed expression and confirmed that he was thinking along her lines. But those 3 items were agreed upon between you and me. Even if you didn't want them, I wouldn't have returned them to you, Yun Ruoyan continued. Take care, young Master Pei. I won't accompany you any longer. Brother, let's go. Yun Ruoyan led the way into the carriage. Yun Ma Xiao turned around and pointed at Pei Zio. Remember, my sister isn't someone a despicable person like you can lay a finger on. The carriage whizzed past Pei Zio's side, and he stared dumbly as it disappeared down the street. In the future, stay as far away from despicable people like him as possible. On the carriage, Yun Ma Xiao began lecturing Yun Ruoyan. After I returned this time, I clearly felt that you'd gotten smarter. How could you have fallen for Pei Zio's tricks? You dare to drink anyone's wine, you're really amazing. Yun Ruoyan looked at her brother's dark expression and knew that he was only so angry because he was worried about her. It felt good to be cared for and cared for by someone. Yun Ruoyan's heart warmed. In the future, without me by your side, don't accept anyone's invitation to a meal or a drink, do you hear me? Yes, brother. Yun Ruoyan tugged at her brother's arm. Brother, are you really not leaving? Yes, I'm not leaving. Yun Ma Xiao patted Yun Ruoyan's head. Silly sister, I have to stay by your side until you're married. Despite his words, Yun Ma Xiao was a little worried. The golden bald eagle had returned, but there was no reply from General Huang. Yun Ma Xiao waited for a long time, but there was still no news from General Huang. Was it because his master didn't agree, or was something else holding him up? Yun Ma Xiao didn't know. That night, Yun Ma Xiao wrote another letter to General Huang. When he whistled to the sky to summon his bald eagle, a snowy white eagle appeared on the horizon. It was the beast of Yun Ma Xiao's master, General Huang. Snow Eagle, long time no see. Is my master doing well? Yun Ma Xiao called out to the eagle excitedly. The eagle circled above his head twice and cried out thrice, indicating that he was doing well. Then the eagle swooped down toward Yun Ma Xiao, who reached out to catch it with his bracer. Yun Ma Xiao retrieved the letter General Huang had written to him from the eagle's claws. The gist of the letter was that he felt sorry for Yun Ma Xiao's decision, but after careful consideration, he had decided to understand and respect Yun Ma Xiao's decision. He urged Yun Ma Xiao to continue cultivating diligently, and when Yun Ma Xiao returned home before the new year, he would be tested on his cultivation. Yun Ma Xiao felt as if a large stone had been lifted from his heart when he received General Huang's letter. He replied to General Huang, thanking his master for his understanding, and promising that he wouldn't disappoint him. After writing his reply, Yun Ma Xiao lay on his bed and began to think of a suitable time to inform Yun Lan of his decision to not return to the barracks. Yun Ma Xiao could only imagine how furious Yun Lan would be when he told him about this. But what Yun Ma Xiao didn't expect was that when he received General Huang's letter, Yun Lan also received a handwritten letter from General Huang. In the study, Yun Ma Xiao received the letter from Lao Wu. Master, this letter was delivered directly from the northern military camp. You may leave. Yun Lan opened the envelope and unfolded the letter. The more he read, the wider his eyes became. With a bang, Yun Lan slammed the letter on the table and shouted towards the outside, "Someone, hurry up and call the young master over." Chapter 167. Just as Yun Ma Xiao was lying on his bed, contemplating how to deal with his father, a servant knocked on his door. "Young master, the master wishes for you to go to his study." "Understood, I'll be right there." Yun Ma Xiao immediately got up from his bed. Yun Lan usually wouldn't call for him unless there was something important to discuss with him. As soon as Yun Ma Xiao stepped through the door, Yun Lan barked, "How dare you? You didn't even discuss such an important matter with me when you didn't return to the barracks. Do you have no respect for your father anymore?" "I wouldn't dare," Yun Ma Xiao replied solemnly. "I was just about to discuss this matter with you, father, but I couldn't find the right opportunity to do so. I didn't expect you to find out about it." Yun Ma Xiao was quite surprised as well. How did Yun Lan know about this matter? It seemed that he had only told his master and Yun Ruoyan about his decision. Yun Ruoyan definitely wouldn't have told him. Could it be his master? Yun Ma Xiao frowned and a bitter expression appeared on his face. "Master, aren't you causing trouble for me? Look at this letter." Yun Lan slapped a piece of paper in front of Yun Ma Xiao. Yun Ma Xiao opened it and saw that it was indeed General Huang's handwriting. It turned out that General Huang thought that Yun Lan was aware of Yun Ma Xiao's decision. After expressing his regret, he recommended Yun Ma Xiao to Yun Lan. Although Yun Lan was a civil official, he was in charge of appointing and transferring officials within the capital. General Huang had recommended Yun Ma Xiao to be the general of the capital's garrison, and informed Yun Lan that he had already submitted the recommendation letter to the court. Although Yun Lan had considerable authority, Yun Ma Xiao was his son, and his position as the general of the capital's garrison was comparable to that of a third-rank official. Yun Ma Xiao was still young, and even if he was capable, he lacked experience. The court was different from the military. The military only looked at ability, while the bureaucracy looked at experience, connections, and all sorts of complicated relationships. Yun Lan had been in the limelight for the past few years, and if he were to suddenly promote his son to such a high position, he would undoubtedly attract the displeasure of those who weren't on good terms with him. That Uncle Rome, who had a grudge with the Yun family, would be the first to make a fuss. However, with General Huang's personal recommendation, things would probably be more reasonable. Yun Ma Xiao saw that although Yun Lan's face was dark, he didn't reprimand him too harshly, nor did he order him to return to camp immediately. This made Yun Ma Xiao's tense heart relax a little. "Father, since Master has agreed, you won't object, right?" Yun Ma Xiao asked tentatively. "Humph." Yun Lan snorted. "Acting first and disregarding your elders, is that what you've learned in the army?" "When I have the chance, I'll ask your master about this." "This has nothing to do with my master. I acted on my own," Yun Ma Xiao hurriedly said. "Ruoyan," Yun replied. Yun Lan said in a low voice, "I didn't let you two keep in touch because I was afraid that you would ruin your future because you were too protective of your sister. I don't deny that Ruoyan has something to do with it." Worried that Yun Lan would vent his anger on Yun Ruoyan, Yun Ma Xiao hurriedly added, "But I'm also thinking for myself. I grew up in the army, and I'm unfamiliar with the capital, let alone the court. I know very well that the reason why I've always been so successful is because of the protection of my father and master. Yun Ma Xiao's tone was very sincere. Without the help of the two of you, I'm afraid that I wouldn't be able to move an inch in the officialdom. Therefore, I want to come back and learn more about the imperial city and the bureaucracy, so as to lay the foundation for my future. Yun Ma Xiao's analysis was clear and logical, and Yunlan approved of it in his heart. In fact, Yunlan had been considering transferring Yun Ma Xiao back for the past few years. However, before he could figure out how to transfer him back, Yun Ma Xiao had acted first and reported later, catching Yunlan off guard. "You're quite thorough," Yunlan said with an expressionless face. Yun Ma Xiao Guang couldn't tell what Yun Ma Xiao was thinking from his expression and tone, and his heart began to beat faster. As the future successor of the Yun family, your son bears the heavy responsibility of the entire family. When I do things, I will not only consider the present. I'd like to return to the capital to gain more experience and help you strengthen the family. Yun Ma Xiao bowed. Yun Ma Xiao's words truly struck a chord with Yun Lan's heart, and his cold face finally softened a little. Xiao, Yun Lan looked at his brother and said, "Remember what you said today, and always remember that the family's interests are more important than yours, more important than mine, and more important than everyone else in the family. Everything else is insignificant in the face of the family's interests." Yun Ma Xiao didn't agree with Yun Lan's words. If a family couldn't protect its own members, then what was the point of keeping an empty shell for others to admire? But Yun Ma Xiao knew that this wasn't the time to express his opinion, so he sighed. "I understand." Yun Ma Xiao stood in place, waiting for Yun Lan's verdict. "Since things have come to this, and you have your own thoughts, let's leave it at that." Yun Lan sat back down behind his desk. "Thank you, father," Yun Ma Xiao said, suppressing his excitement. "I'll mediate the matter of you becoming an official," Yun Lan continued. Yun Lan said as he wrote something, "But don't get your hopes up. I'm afraid it's not easy to become a garrison general. Everything has to be done one step at a time." "I won't be greedy," Yun Ma Xiao replied. Yun Lan nodded, but didn't say anything. Seeing that his father was focused on his writing, Yun Ma Xiao prepared to leave. "You've been away from home for so long that you've forgotten most of the rules." Yun Lan glanced at his son. "Disrespecting your elders is a violation of the 8th rule. According to the rules, you'll be punished to reflect for 3 days and 3 nights in the ancestral hall. However, Chenying's wedding is in 2 days, so you'll be punished to reflect for 2 days and 1 night and copy the rules 300 times. As Yun Lan spoke, he folded the letter and handed it to Yun Ma Xiao. "This is a reply to your master. Give it to old Wu and have him deliver it." "Yes, father." Yun Ma Xiao accepted his punishment, accepted the letter, and left the cottage happily. The next day, when Yun Ruoyan found out that her father had been punished, she couldn't help but worry. There were guards outside the ancestral hall, preventing outsiders from entering, so Yun Ruoyan went to the Yun matriarch's cottage to find out more about the situation. Coincidentally, Madaman, Yun Ruoyao, and Yun Ruoyu were also there. Ruoyan greets grandmother. Yun Ruoyan walked over and bowed to her grandmother, then to Madaman, there's no need to be so polite. Second Mississippi. Ever since Madaman had colluded with a demonic cultivator to harm Yun Ruoyan during the Yun matriarch's birthday banquet, the two of them had completely fallen out, and they no longer addressed each other as mother and daughter. Apart from that, they appeared to be quite amicable on the surface, and Yun Lan and the Yun matriarch didn't interfere. "Ruoyan, come sit by grandmother's side." The Yun matriarch beckoned to Yun Ruoyan, and Yun Ruoyan walked over and sat by her side. "Ruoyan, it's been a while since you've been here. What have you been busy with?" Yun Ruoyan leaned closer to the Yun matriarch and smiled. I've been busy cultivating these past few days, preparing for the trial I'll have after entering Kongming Academy. I haven't seen you in a while, grandmother. Do you miss me a lot? Yun Ruoyan's appetite had been improving recently, and her originally thin cheeks had become a little rounder. Her smile, accentuated by her peach blossom veil, made her look even more adorable. The Yun matriarch pinched Yun Ruoyan's cheeks and smiled. Look at you, drinking the phoenix stamen tea your manner sends over every day. It's hard not to miss you. Madame En and Yun Ruoyao were drinking the phoenix stamen tea that Xiaolon had brought over. The tea's originally fragrant flavor had been replaced by a bitter one. Both mother and daughter put down their teacups in unison. The other day, Madame En wanted to go out with Sister Ruoyu, but the family's lightest carriage was used by Sister Ruoyan and Brother Ruoyan. Yun Ruoyao began. Yesterday, I wanted to go out to buy some things for the trip to Kongming Academy, but the carriage still wasn't there. Sister Ruoyan, where have you been these past few days? Could you bring Ruoyu and me with you next time? Yun Ruoyan had said that she was cultivating in her cottage, but someone had said that she was always out and about, as if she wouldn't be satisfied until they found out what was going on. Yun Ruoyan, on the other hand, was the type of person who wouldn't let her be satisfied, and the worst outcome would be that no one would be happy. I went to grandfather's house. Yun Ruoyan knew that the Yun and Lins hadn't been on good terms because of what had happened to her mother, Lin Yuemei. Suppressing herself in order to please others was something she would never do again. I told you before that grandfather found a pill to treat my birthmark. Although it's somewhat effective, it's not very obvious. Yun Ruoyan looked at Madame En and Yun Ruoyao. After that, grandfather improved the pill, and I've been going over to take it every day, but it's much more effective than before. When Madame En and Yun Ruoyao heard this, they couldn't help but frown. Yun Ruoyan had indeed mentioned that Lin Zainin had treated her birthmark. However, Madame En believed that Yun Ruoyan was just putting on a show. In reality, the birthmark on Yun Ruoyan's face didn't show any signs of disappearing. But now that Yun Ruoyan was bringing it up again, and in front of her grandmother at that, both Madame En and Yun Ruoyao were surprised. Was she going to put on a show in front of her grandmother as well? Really? Madame En squeezed out a smile. Does this mean that the birthmark on second Mrs. face has gotten better? Sister Ruoyan, could you take off your veil for us to see? Yun Ruoyu, who had been the most active in the past but had recently been the most quiet, opened her eyes wide. That's right, Ruoyan. Please take off your veil and let grandmother have a look. The Yun matriarch's face was filled with genuine surprise. She liked this granddaughter of hers from the bottom of her heart, and her dislike of the birthmark on her face had turned into a pity. If Yun Ruoyan's birthmark could get better, it would be great news for the entire Yun family. Yun Ruoyan looked at the Yun matriarch's expectant gaze and nodded. Without hesitation, she took off her veil, revealing the right side of her face that had always been hidden beneath it. As the Yun matriarch looked at Yun Ruoyan's right cheek, the wrinkles on her aged face slowly gathered together. Her voice trembled. It's getting better, it's really getting better. Chapter 168. It's really the spirit of the ancestors. There's hope for Ruoyan's face. The Yun matriarch reached out a withered hand to touch the birthmark on Yun Ruoyan's face. The birthmark's original red color had faded, and the area that had stretched from the corner of her eye to her right cheek and the back of her ear had truly shrunk. Madame En, Yun Ruoyao, and Yun Ruoyu all craned their necks to look. Yun Ruoyao covered her mouth. This sudden reality was hard for her to accept. Yun Ruoyu reached out slightly, as if trying to touch the birthmark on Yun Ruoyan's face to confirm that she wasn't seeing an illusion. On the other hand, Madame Anne's face was pale, her hand clutching her chest. Grandmother. Yun Ruoyan grabbed the Yun matriarch's hand. All these years, grandfather has never given up on treating my birthmark. After so many years of research and experimentation, he's finally managed to concoct a pill that can cure my birthmark. Yun Ruoyan recalled Lin Zainan's sudden death in her past life, as well as the destruction of the Yun and Lin families. She couldn't help but tear up. I know that there's been a rift between the Yun and Lin families because of what happened to my mother, but both your families are my family. I don't want to lose either of you. Good girl, good girl. The Yun matriarch patted the back of Yun Ruoyan's hand. If grandfather can really cure your face, he'll be the benefactor of the Yun family. I'll definitely pay him a visit personally to thank him. As long as he's willing to let go of everything that happened in the past, the Yun family won't hold on to it any longer. After hearing the Yun matriarch's words, Yun Ruo suddenly had the urge to wash off the fake birthmark on her face. However, she couldn't act on it. Perhaps it was because she'd been too stifled in her past life, but in this life, Yun Ruoyan was often a little impulsive. For example, she hadn't planned on what had happened today at all. It was just that she had run into someone who wanted to make her unhappy, and she had slacked off in the morning to make the fake birthmark on her face smaller and lighter. As a result, she suddenly had the urge to slap those people in the face who wanted to make her unhappy. However, Yun Ruoyan wasn't an impulsive person. Revealing her true appearance was a big deal, and she wouldn't do anything rash. Ruoyan, congratulations. Yun Ruoyu spoke up. Yun Ruoyan didn't know if she was imagining things, but she could hear a hint of sincerity in her voice. Thank you, Ruoyu. Yun Ruoyan smiled. Madame N and Yun Ruoyao had no choice but to accept the fact that Yun Ruoyan's birthmark would be completely healed. In their mixed emotions, they reluctantly congratulated her, and Yun Ruoyan smiled and thanked them. Your father Yunlan doesn't know about this, right? Mrs. Yun asked. I don't know. Only my brother knows. You two children, how can you hide such a big thing from the adults? Mrs. Liu rebuked. Yun Ruoyan lowered her head, looking like a child who had made a mistake. Because the previous treatment failed, and this time, I've only just started to get better. Grandfather doesn't dare to guarantee to what extent I can recover, and I'm afraid that it'll all be for naught, so I didn't dare to disturb you and father. Yun Ruoyan's pitiful words made the Yun matriarch's heart ache for her. She suddenly felt an urge to make up for what she had done, so she asked Yun Ruoyan. Did you mention what herbs you need? As long as the Lin family has them, we'll provide them to you. Yun Ruoyan's eyes lit up. Grandfather said that this pill does require some very precious herbs, some of which are extremely rare. He's still trying to find a way to procure them. What herbs? The Yun matriarch asked. He didn't say, the Yun matriarch replied. Go ask him tomorrow. There's nothing in the capital that the Yun and Lin families can't procure together. Yun Ruoyan nodded. Last night, when she and Chocho had been researching the new pill, they'd been lacking quite a few precious herbs. For the moment, Yun Ruoyan didn't dare to ask for too much. Instead, she planned to discuss with Chocho and come up with a list of herbs that she could use as an excuse to ask her grandmother for more. Yun Ruoyan felt that she really was a genius. Oh, right. As if suddenly remembering something, the Yun matriarch turned to Madame and, didn't you say that the suits for everyone were ready? Have someone bring them over now, so that everyone can wear them as a feast for Madame N's eyes. Madame N hadn't expected the Yun matriarch to suddenly think of something like this. She paused for a moment before instructing one of her maids to fetch the clothes. Yun Ruoyan took this opportunity to ask the Yun matriarch about Yun Maxiao. The Yun matriarch had heard about this matter from Xiaolon early in the morning. She naturally felt sorry for her grandson, so she sent someone to call Yunlan over to ask about this matter. Yun Lan then told the Yun matriarch about how Yun Ma Xiao had acted first and reported later. Xiao didn't think things through, so it's not a bad thing for your father to punish him. She turned to Yun Ruoyan. Did your brother tell you that he wasn't going back to the barracks? Yun Ruoyan lowered her head, still looking like a child who had done something wrong. My brother did say that he didn't want to return to the barracks, but it was just a casual remark. I didn't expect that he'd actually decide not to return. Yun Ruoyan lowered her head, her bangs covering her calm eyes. However, her tone gave off the impression that she was trying very hard to suppress her joy. The Yun matriarch thought to herself, Yun Ruoyan has finally found someone she can rely on after being alone for so many years. What a pitiful pair of siblings. Not long after, Hong Yu and a few of her maids returned with the newly made formal dresses. Ruoyan, this is yours. The Yun matriarch pointed at a lake green, full-sleeved, pleated dress. In the past, Yun Ruoyan's formal dresses had either been bought by Peony or made by the Yun matriarch. This time, Madam had volunteered to take care of everyone's formal dresses, and the Yun matriarch had left it to her. However, the color and style of the dress were all made according to the Yun matriarch's specifications. Naturally, the Yun matriarch was extremely meticulous about how the Yun family's wife-born daughter would dress when she went out. Yun Ruoyan could tell that the dress, from the color to the material, was of excellent quality, but wasn't the waist a little too slender? Sure enough, everyone had put on their formal dresses except Yun Ruoyan's, which was stuck right at her waist. What are we going to do? Madam exclaimed exaggeratedly. How could it be too small? I told you to make it according to mother's measurements. Second miss, have you gotten fatter recently? Yun Ruoyan's appetite had been very good recently, and she was developing both horizontally and vertically. She had already progressed from a skinny girl to a muscular one. However, the last time the Yun matriarch had asked her to take her measurements, her waist hadn't been so slender. If it had been 3 months ago, she would have been able to put on the dress after starving for a meal. Now, however, Yun Ruoyan probably wouldn't be able to put it on even if she starved for an entire day. Yun Ruoyan sneered inwardly. The Yun matriarch was using such a low-level trick to tease her again. Was it really an illness that needed to be cured? Second madam. Yun Ruoyan pointed at the dress. It's a good thing that grandmother thought to take it out and try it on today. If there were any problems with it, we could still change it. Wouldn't it have been terrible if we'd only discovered it 2 days later? The Yun matriarch's expression didn't look too good either. She had spent so much effort to come up with a new style that Xiaolan had drawn for her, but the resulting dress couldn't be worn. If she changed it any further, it would surely ruin the overall beauty of the dress. Daughter-in-law, what's wrong with you? Why don't you think about what you're doing? Look at your waist, it's as thin as a gourd. Can you even wear it? Madam lowered her head and suddenly turned to Hong Yu. Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on the clothing workshop? How could there be such a problem? Hong Yu stared blankly for a moment before quickly recovering. She knelt on the ground and apologized profusely. I haven't been feeling well these past few days, so I haven't been to the workshop. Please forgive me, madam. Whenever there was a problem, the blame would always be placed on the servants. In her previous life, Yun Ruoyan hadn't been able to see through this, but now, she couldn't be any clearer. However, this Hong Yu wasn't someone to be trifled with, and it would be quite interesting to take care of her. Grandmother. Yun Ruoyan turned to the Yun matriarch. Since it's already come to this, there's no point in punishing her. Ruoyan is a benevolent child, so you can do as you please. The Yun matriarch glanced at Madam, her eyes full of disappointment, as if telling her that, as the matriarch of the household, she wasn't even as good as a child. Madam looked at the handkerchief in her hands. What's wrong with me today? Why is everything going so wrong? No, as long as she was around Yun Ruoyan, everything would go wrong for her. Yun Ruoyan was truly her nemesis. Thank you, Second Mississippi. Hong Yu stood up and bowed to Yun Ruoyan, but her voice was still as arrogant as ever. As the matriarch's personal servant, Hong Yu's arrogance towards those of a lower status had probably been carved into her bones. It turned out that, in Hong Yu's eyes, Yun Ruoyan was an existence that was even lower than herself. Sister Hong Yu, Yun Ruoyan smiled at Hong Yu. Are you feeling well today? Second young mistress, Hong Yu is not feeling unwell today, Hong Yu replied. In that case, I'll have to trouble you to personally keep an eye on the workshop's workers. I want to see the finished clothes in the afternoon, Yun Ruoyan instructed the Yun matriarch. Yes, I'll go right away. Hong Yu immediately took the clothes and left. Madam Yun Ruoyan and Yun Ruoyan chatted with the Yun matriarch until the end of lunch. In the evening, Hong Yu delivered the repaired clothes to Yun Ruoyan's rooms. Second miss, it's done. Hong Yu handed the clothes to Yun Ruoyan, and Shilan placed them in front of Yun Ruoyan. Yun Ruoyan casually flipped through the clothes. This isn't working. Why not? Hong Yu asked. She knew a thing or two about needlework, and she had personally seen the workers working on the clothes, so there was no way there would be a problem. There's a crease on the waist, Yun Ruoyan said, trying to nitpick. Redo it. Chapter 169. Yun Ruoyan was so picky that she had Hong Yu redo the dress. Second miss, Hong Yu protested. Hong Yu argued with dissatisfaction, your suit, the waist that connects the upper body and the lower body were previously matched. Now that it's a little bigger, there will definitely be wrinkles. I don't care, Hong Yu replied. Yun Ruoyan glanced coolly at Hong Yu. I only want to see a satisfactory outcome. As for how you'll satisfy me, that's your problem. But, second miss, just do whatever miss tells you to do. As a servant, you don't have so many buts. Hong Yu was about to continue when Peony cut her off. Hong Yu turned to look at Peony, who was staring at her with her head held high and chest puffed out. She didn't even look at Hong Yu. It was only now that Hong Yu realized that Ting Lanyuan was different from before. In the past, even Peony would have to bow and scrape in front of her, and Shilan wouldn't even dare to raise her voice. How could this second miss possibly put on such a show? Had her residence changed, or was it the Yun Manor's backyard that had changed? Hong Yu was still in a daze when Shilan walked up to her and stuffed the dress into her hands. What are you waiting for? Our miss said that she'd like to see the dress tonight, so hurry up. Hong Yu snapped out of her daze and looked at Shilan in disbelief. Tonight? What's the matter? Yun Ruoyan's gaze swept over her. Second miss, you're making things too difficult for me, aren't you? Hong Yu didn't have the courage to act tough anymore, and all she could do was pretend to be pitiful. If you want it to be perfectly creased, then I'll have to change both the top and bottom of the dress, and I'm sure I won't be able to come out tonight. Yun Ruoyan stood up and walked up to Hong Yu. In the past, she'd been small and thin, as if a gust of wind could blow her away. She'd had to lower her head whenever she spoke to anyone, and she didn't have the bearing of a young miss at all. But now, standing in front of Hong Yu, she was half a head taller than Hong Yu, and her paper-thin figure had become much more voluptuous. When Hong Yu raised her head and met Yun Ruoyan's cold gaze, she couldn't help but shiver and lower her head. Hong Yu. Yun Ruoyan asked, are you always this evasive whenever the second madam orders you to do something? Hong Yu wouldn't dare. Hong Yu is just reporting the truth. Hong Yu regretted talking nonsense at this time, but she still talked back habitually. Truthfully. Yun Ruoyan suddenly laughed coldly. Why didn't you tell her the truth when she wanted you to change her measurements? Do you really think old Madam and I are fools? Since Madam had pushed the blame onto Hongyu, it was clear that she had been involved in the affair. Yun Ruoyan was certain of this. Hongyu was one of Madam An's henchmen. Not only would she carry out Madam An's orders, but she would also perform exceptionally well. This dress, for example, had been made so small at the waist that Madam An would never make such a rudimentary mistake. It was true that when the old ghost was in the wind, the little ghost would dare to make trouble. If she didn't take advantage of this opportunity to suppress Hongyu, Peony and Shilan might not be able to defeat her once she left. Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but add some pressure to her gaze. I wouldn't dare. Hongyu's knees buckled, and she knelt down. It's best that you don't dare. Yun Ruoyan turned her gaze away from Hongyu and turned to Shilan. Shilan, I'll leave this matter to you and Peony. Tonight, Hongyu will deliver the altered dress to you and Peony for inspection. Make sure to inspect it carefully, and correct it if there's even the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. Yes. Shilan understands. The next day, Peony came to help Yun Ruoyan wash up and change. Seeing that she wasn't in good spirits, Yun Ruoyan asked her what was the matter. Peony smiled and told Yun Ruoyan that Hongyu had delivered the dress last night, but Shilan had told her that the neckline was too big and that Shilan should take it back to alter it. Hongyu looked as if she was about to explode, but in the end, she swallowed her anger. In the middle of the night, Hongyu knocked on her door to deliver the dress. Shilan pretended to be asleep and refused to get up, so Peony had no choice but to open the door and deal with Hongyu. Did the alterations pass? Yun Ruoyan asked casually. I made the neckline bigger again, so I told her to take it back and alter it again. She'll be back in 4 hours, and it should be here by now. Peony smiled faintly. Unlike Shilan, who was only trying to vent her anger, Peony understood Yun Ruoyan's intentions, and naturally wouldn't let Hongyu off the hook so easily. Last night, when Peony had told the red-eyed Hongyu that the neckline had been enlarged again, Yun Ruoyan could clearly see the veins on Hongyu's temples bulging. Seeing that Hongyu was about to explode, Peony only said coolly, "Why don't you wake the mistress up and give it a try?" Hongyu immediately deflated, and Peony couldn't help but laugh when she thought of that scene. If you can't, take it back and redo it. Just then, Shilan's loud voice came from outside the courtyard. Why? Why do I have to redo it again? Hongyu's slightly hoarse voice followed. You're asking why? Shilan seemed very angry. I told you to make the neckline bigger, so why did you make it smaller instead? Don't you understand what I'm saying? But last night, Peony clearly told me to make it smaller if the neckline was too big, Hongyu argued. I don't care. In any case, it looks small to me, Shilan said. Why don't we call the mistress out and give it a try? Yun Ruoyan and Peony couldn't help but laugh when they heard this. Mississippi, as Peony combed Yun Ruoyan's hair, she asked, Are you afraid that this dress won't be wearable in the end? Tomorrow was the day after the Crown Prince and Yi Qianying's wedding, and everyone in the Yun family would have to attend Yi Qianying's wedding. Yun Ruoyan's dress might not be wearable in the end, and Peony was still a little worried. I didn't plan on wearing this dress in the first place, Yun Ruoyan replied. If she had planned on wearing it, she wouldn't have allowed Shilan to do so. Tomorrow, just choose one of the dresses you've worn before. Tomorrow was Yi Qianying's wedding, and Yun Ruoyan only intended to show her face before finding a place to hide. She didn't want to be too flashy and eye-catching. Peony, prepare some food for me. I'm going to the ancestral hall. Yun Ruoyan had already received the Yun matriarch's permission the day before, so she could visit her father today. Yun Ruoyan carried the food that Peony had prepared all the way to the ancestral hall. Just as she was about to reach the entrance, she saw Yun Ruoyu. Yun Ruoyu was walking out of the ancestral hall, also holding a food box in her hands. She also saw Yun Ruoyan and stood there, as if waiting for her. Yun Ruoyan didn't know what she was up to, and she frowned as she walked over. Sister Ruoyan. Before Yun Ruoyan could ask, Yun Ruoyu greeted her politely, a rare smile on her face. Ruoyu. Although Yun Ruoyan didn't know what Yun Ruoyu was up to, she didn't want to lose her temper for no reason. What are you doing here so early in the morning? Yun Ruoyan waved the food box in her hands and smiled. My mother knew that brother was being punished, so she made some food for me to bring over. So it was Madam Qin Jianmei. Yun Ruoyan nodded. How's Madam Qin doing? My mother's still the same, praying to Buddha every day, and she's in good spirits, Yun Ruoyu replied. I've been following my mother around the cottage, eating vegetarian food and praying to Buddha, and my mental state is much better than before. When Yun Ruoyan saw Yun Ruoyan's smile and gentle tone, she couldn't help but fall into a daze. Sister Ruoyan, I didn't know any better and followed Madam Qin and Sister Ruoyan to hurt you. Now that I think about it, I'm so sorry. Yun Ruoyu held the food box with both hands and said uneasily, my mother has been encouraging me to apologize to you in person. She said that you'd be magnanimous enough to forgive me. Sister Ruoyan, will you forgive me? Yun Ruoyu raised her head and looked at Yun Ruoyan. Yun Ruoyan felt even more dazed. The person in front of her didn't seem like Yun Ruoyu at all. It was said that a leopard couldn't change its spots. Would someone as stubborn and narrow-minded as Yun Ruoyu really change? Sister Ruoyan, I know you won't forgive me so easily, but that's all right. My mother said that sincerity will always work, Yun Ruoyu replied. I'll use my actions to prove that I'm different from before. As Yun Ruoyan listened to Yun Ruoyu's words, her gaze inadvertently landed on her neck. Although Yun Ruoyu was wearing a turtleneck shirt, she could still faintly see the scar on her neck. Perhaps she wouldn't be able to wear anything that exposed her neck in the future. It'd be a good thing if you could think that way, Yun Ruoyan replied coolly. She wasn't someone who easily trusted others, but what did it matter whether she trusted them or not? In Yun Ruoyan's eyes, Yun Ruoyu had always been Madam N and Yun Ruoyu's scapegoat. If she didn't understand the situation and continued to cause trouble, Yun Ruoyan naturally wouldn't forgive her. If she could see the truth, Yun Ruoyan wouldn't be bothered to pursue the matter, but Yun Ruoyan wouldn't be close to her either. Please thank Madam Qin for her concern, and send my regards to her as well. My brother and I will visit her when we have time, Yun Ruoyan said politely. No need, Yun Ruoyu hurriedly said. My mother prefers peace and quiet, so I won't trouble you too. Yun Ruoyan had only been polite, but when Yun Ruoyu put it that way, she didn't insist. As she watched Yun Ruoyu's departing figure, Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but frown. Had she really changed for the better? Why did she feel that things weren't so simple? Ruoyan, why don't you come in? Yun Maxiao's voice came from within the ancestral hall. Yun Ruoyan walked forward. The servant by the door was still holding onto the lock, but when he saw Yun Ruoyan approach, he held onto it. Second miss, the old madam has already instructed you to enter. Please enter, the servant told Yun Ruoyan. In that case, whose permission did you receive to enter the ancestral hall? Yun Ruoyan asked casually. Miss Yun, you didn't enter the ancestral hall. I was the one who brought the food in, and you left after receiving the empty containers. Yun Ruoyan nodded and walked into the ancestral hall. As soon as Yun Ruoyan walked in, she saw Yun Maxiao kneeling on a mat in the middle of the room. When Yun Maxiao saw Yun Ruoyan, he called out, Ruoyan, come and eat with brother. Yun Maxiao was about to start eating when Yun Ruoyan suddenly thought of something and hurriedly stopped him. Brother, don't eat. Chapter 170. What's the matter? Yun Ma Xiao had already picked up a mouthful of food when he heard Yun Ruoyan's voice. He couldn't help but stop and look at Yun Ruoyao suspiciously. Yun Ruoyan quickly walked over. Without a word, she put down the food box in her hands, plucked out a small silver hairpin from her hair, and began testing the dishes one by one. Although Yun Ruoyan didn't say anything, her actions spoke volumes. Yun Ma Xiao put down his chopsticks and looked at Yun Ruoyan's actions. His expression turned serious, but he didn't make a sound. In front of Yun Ma Xiao were 3 dishes, a bowl of soup, a pot of wine, and a large bowl of rice. Yun Ruoyan tested every single dish with a silver needle, and only after confirming that there was no poison did she heave a sigh of relief. Everything's fine now. Yun Ruoyan inserted the silver hairpin back into her hair. You can eat now. Yun Ma Xiao's mood had become a little heavy. Yun Ruoyan's proficiency in testing poisons was enough to show just how treacherous her life had been. Yun Ruoyan felt her brother's gaze and smiled. There's nothing wrong with being a little more careful, right? Now that everything's fine, let's eat, or the food's going to get cold. Yun Ruoyan brought out the dishes that she had brought. Yun Ruoyu had only brought vegetarian dishes, while Yun Ruoyan had brought meat dishes. This combination made for a sumptuous meal. Madame Qin wouldn't poison us, would she? Yun Ma Xiao picked up his chopsticks and picked up a piece of meat. I'm not suspecting Madame Qin. Yun Ruoyan took a small bite of the cabbage. It was light and refreshing, and the kitchen maids at home really couldn't make something as delicious as this. As Yun Ruoyan ate, she continued, it's just that Yun Ruoyu isn't normal. She grew up with Madame Qin, and she's helped them harm me quite a bit. Yun Ruoyan put down her chopsticks and told her brother about her suspicions about Yun Ruoyu. Although Yun Ma Xiao had a straightforward personality, he was just as cautious as Yun Ruoyan. Your suspicions aren't unreasonable, and you should be more careful, Yun Ma Xiao continued. But after mother passed away, Madame Qin took care of both of us. You were too young to remember, but I'll definitely find an opportunity to repay her kindness. I understand, brother, Yun Ruoyan replied. If Ruoyu truly repents, I won't blame her for what happened in the past. After dinner, Yun Ruoyan packed up her belongings and left, while Yun Ma Xiao continued his seclusion in the ancestral hall. This little interlude was quickly forgotten by the siblings. Soon, it was the day of Yi Qianning's wedding. The lake green dress had already been changed 7 or 8 times. When Shilan finally nodded and said it was fine, Hong Yu was on the verge of tears. Hong Yu hadn't had a good night's sleep for the past 2 days. She had been busy rushing between Ting Lan Yuan and the clothing workshop. When she arrived at the workshop, she had to keep an eye on the workers, and when she arrived at Ting Lan Yuan, she had to keep an eye on Shilan's mood. The owner of the clothing shop was also furious. How could there be such a way to modify clothes? This was clearly looking for trouble. Hong Yu had no choice but to increase the repair fee. Hong Yu couldn't get through to Shilan, and she didn't dare to provoke Yun Ruoyan, so she went to Madaman to complain. As soon as Madaman heard Hong Yu's words, she knew that Yun Ruoyan was trying to intimidate her. She was already angry to begin with, and this incident only made her even angrier. I only told you to tamper with the dress. Who told you to make the waist so small? Madaman recalled the Yun matriarch's lukewarm comment about how she could wear the dress. She wanted to slap Hong Yu across the face. Madam, you were the one who said that as long as that slut couldn't wear the dress, I could do whatever I wanted. Hong Yu felt extremely aggrieved. How dare you talk back to me? Madaman suddenly stood up from her chair, her eyes wide. Yun Ruoyan didn't care about her at all, and now even her own servant dared to talk back to her. Mother. Yun Ruoyao saw that Madam was angry and hurriedly tried to calm her down. Hongyu has misspoken, so don't hold it against her. Hongyu, you may leave. Yun Ruoyao gestured to Hongyu. Do as you see fit. Don't bother Madam An. Hongyu left Madam An's cottage in despair. No one would be able to pay for the repair, so she would have to pay for it herself. Cough, cough, cough. Madam An coughed uncontrollably. Mother, what's the matter? Yun Ruoyu walked in from outside and asked with concern when she saw Madam An's state. Sister Ruoyu, how did you find the time to visit Mother today? Yun Ruoyu asked as she tried to soothe Madam An's anger. Sister, please don't blame me. Yun Ruoyu didn't mind Yun Ruoyao's attitude. I've been spending the past few days at my mother's place, eating vegetarian and praying to the Buddha. I've been feeling quite uneasy lately. My mother heard from me that Mother wasn't feeling well recently, so she specifically asked me to come and take a look. Yun Ruoya wanted to continue mocking her, but Madam An suppressed her coughing and shot her a look, signaling for her to keep quiet. Madam An smiled at Yun Ruoyu. Your mother is very considerate, cough, cough. As soon as Madam An finished speaking, she began coughing again. Mother, why are you coughing so badly? Yun Ruoyu seemed to have suddenly thought of something. Why don't you have my mother concoct some cough medicine for you? My mother's quite skilled at concocting medicines, and she was the one who cured my injuries. Madam An coughed so much that she couldn't even breathe properly, and her face was bright red. All right, I'll have your mother concoct some medicine for you. Yes, Mother, I'll go look for my mother right away. Yun Ruoyu hurriedly left. Throughout Madam An's courtyard, a series of heart-wrenching coughs could be heard. In Yun Ruoyan's cottage, Hongyu followed Shilan into Yun Ruoyan's room. Miss, the dress is ready. Please try it on. Shilan handed Yun Ruoyan the dress. Yes, I'll try it on. Yun Ruoyan lazily stood up from the couch. Peony took the dress from Shilan's hands and helped Yun Ruoyan try it on. Hongyu stood by the side, clenching her fists nervously. In the past, she had never felt so nervous in front of anyone other than Madam An. First of all, she was Madam An's personal maid, and because she had the right to speak to Madam An, everyone would try to curry favor with her. Second of all, she had always believed that, as long as she didn't offend the old master or Madam An would be able to protect her even if she caused trouble. It was these two reasons that had led to Hongyu's domineering personality. Now that the latter reason had been shattered, Hongyu knew that no matter what punishment she received in her cottage, her mistress wouldn't be able to protect her. As a result, she began to restrain herself. Yun Ruoyan suddenly cried out, causing Hongyu's heart to clench. What's the matter, miss? Are you feeling unwell? Before Hongyu could open her mouth, Peony and Shilan asked at the same time. Everywhere, Yun Ruoyan replied with a frown. Everywhere? How could that be? Shilan had agreed to this. Hongyu protested in her heart, but she didn't dare speak up. She would be talking back if she did. Hongyu looked anxiously at Shilan, her eyes pleading with her. With no one to rely on, she could only rely on Shilan as a life-saving straw. Miss, there's really no need to change this. Shilan didn't know what Yun Ruoyan's intentions were, so she spoke the truth. If there's no need to change it, then there's no need to change it, Peony continued. We won't be wearing this dress either. Shilan took the dress from Peony's hands, hesitated for a moment, then turned around and shoved it back into Hongyu's hands. There's no need to change it. Take it with you. Hongyu hadn't expected such a situation to occur. She was both angry and anxious, and her entire body trembled as she clutched the dress. Why aren't you leaving yet? Do you want to eat breakfast here? Shilan looked at her coldly. Hong Yut clutched the dress in her hands and turned to walk out of the cottage. Once outside, she took a deep breath, suddenly felt her throat go numb, and began coughing uncontrollably. Hong Yut covered her mouth and coughed as she walked out of her cottage. Miss, you have to leave for the Yi Manor at noon. What will you do without formal attire? Shilan asked. Who says you don't have any formal attire? Didn't you buy a lot of them before? As Peony spoke, she went to the wardrobe in the inner room and pulled out all of the suits she'd bought earlier. Peony and Shilan helped Yun Ruoyan change. I've really gained weight. I can't even wear this red dress. Yun Ruoyan sighed. Yun Ruoyan remembered that this red dress had been made for her by the Yun matriarch when the crown prince had visited the Yun manor. At the time, it had been perfect for her, but now, she couldn't put it on. Miss, you've only grown up, not gained weight. Peony smiled. Yes, miss, you look better like this. You used to have a sharp chin, but now, although your cheeks are a little rounder than before, they're still pink and tender. How festive. Shilan's words made Peony frown, but Yun Ruoyan smiled. After trying on all of the dresses, Yun Ruoyan finally chose a light purple dress embroidered with multicolored flower petals. The collar and sleeves of the dress were embroidered with gold and silver thread, with a large number of small butterflies. Miss, why haven't I seen this dress before? Shilan looked at Yun Ruoyan, who had already changed. Weren't you the ones who bought this? Yun Ruoyan asked. Yun Ruoyan remembered that she had found this dress in an empty courtyard in the palace after she had cured herself of the aphrodisiac. At the time, she had put it on in case of an emergency. When did old madam make such beautiful clothes for Miss? We didn't even know about it, Shilan said. Yun Ruoyan smiled but didn't explain. Peony seemed to remember that the dress hadn't been made by the old madam, but rather that Yun Ruoyan had worn it from outside. However, since Yun Ruoyan didn't mention it, she didn't ask. As soon as Yun Ruoyan finished dressing, Yun Maxiao arrived at her cottage. He was dressed in a purple robe, with a white jade tiara and belt. He was tall, handsome, and wore a smile that shone brighter than the sun. When he walked into Yun Maxiao's rooms, all of the maids, with the exception of Peony, blushed as they stared at him, forgetting what they were doing. Shilan, the tea's about to overflow. Shilan was pouring tea for Yun Ruoyan when she froze when Yun Maxiao walked in. Peony snatched the teapot from her hands to prevent the table from overflowing. I'll prepare some snacks for Miss and young master. Shilan ran out, blushing. Yun Ruoyan watched as her figure disappeared through the door, then looked at Peony. These two girls weren't young anymore. Peony, in particular, was about to find a husband. Chapter 171. At noon, a servant came to inform them that the carriage was already waiting at the gates, and that Yun Ruoyan and Yun Maxiao should hurry out. Yun Ruoyan and Yun Maxiao left the manor together. In the corridor leading to the manor's main entrance, the two of them bumped into the Yun matriarch. From afar, the Yun matriarch could tell that Yun Ruoyan's dress wasn't the lake green, pleated dress she had been wearing. When Yun Ruoyan arrived in front of her, the Yun matriarch asked, Ruoyan, where did you get this dress from? This is the first time I've seen you wear it. Yes, grandmother. This dress was made for me by the slaughtering king. It just so happened that there were some problems with the original dress, and even after I changed it, it still wasn't very comfortable, so I decided to wear it. Yun Ruoyan had discovered a new use for Liamo, as a shield. Whenever there was something she couldn't explain or didn't want to explain, she would blame it all on Liamo. Yun Ruoyan wasn't afraid that anyone would ask her about it. In fact, no one would dare to do so, given Liamo's status. Pei Zio, for example, had no choice but to swallow his anger when he thought that Liemo was the one who taught him a lesson. Yun Lan had long since informed the Yun matriarch of the slaughtering king's verbal engagement, and when she heard that Yun Ruoyan's dress was the slaughtering king's handiwork, she was naturally elated. Your Highness, you truly have a good eye. This dress combines the characteristics of both palace and common folk attire, making it both dignified and elegant, the Yun matriarch exclaimed. I had a friend in the palace who loved embroidering these butterflies on her sleeves, and I'm sure the slaughtering king learned from her. Yunshi said as she looked at Yun Maxiao, who was walking on the other side of her. She saw his tall and dignified appearance. The Yun matriarch couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Although Lin Yuemei was no longer around, she had left behind a pair of outstanding descendants for the Yun family. Yun Ruoyan and Yun Maxiao helped the Yun matriarch onto the carriage, but Madame An still didn't come out. The Yun matriarch was a little displeased. Just as she was about to have Xiao Lan call her, Madame An walked out, supported by Yun Ruoyao and Yun Ruoyu. Mother, I'm late, Madame An apologized to the Yun matriarch's carriage, supported by Yun Ruoyao and Yun Ruoyu. Xiao Lan lifted the curtain, and the Yun matriarch saw Madame An's pale face through the window. She couldn't bring herself to reprimand her. Why are you so sick? Mrs. Liu asked, did you see a doctor? Yes, Madame An replied. The physician said that it's just a cold, and he'll be fine after some rest. I have my own body, and I need to know how to cherish it. Qianying has always been close to you, so you have to show your face. After Qianying leaves, if you're not feeling well, come back early. The Yun matriarch gestured for Xiao Lan to lower the curtains. Let's go. Naturally, Yun Ruoyan and Yun Maxiao sat in the smallest carriage, while Madame An, Yun Ruoyan, and Yun Maxiao sat in the larger carriage in the middle. Yun Lan had left for court early in the morning, and he would head directly to the Crown Prince's manor to celebrate the wedding, rather than to the Yi manor. 2 hours later, they arrived at the Yi manor, which was located on the southern side of the capital. The Yi manor was also bustling with activity. After all, the Crown Prince was marrying a concubine, which was quite a big deal in the capital. The Yun matriarch sat in a sedan chair, escorted by the matriarch of the Yi family to the main hall. Although the Yi family was no longer as famous as the Yun manor, it had once been a large family with some history. From the outside, the Yi manor wasn't any worse than the Yun manors, but the gap between the two families was clear. The Yun manor's corridors were all made of top-quality mahogany, and the servants regularly maintained them to prevent corrosion and dampness. Even after 100 years, they still looked as good as new. The Yi manor's wooden corridors and railings were mostly damaged, and the color of the mahogany had darkened. The exotic flowers and plants in the Yun family's garden would never wither all year round. It was not even autumn yet, but the Yi family's garden was already yellow and withered. Compared to the Yun manor's clear, bottomless waters, the Yi manor's gardens were a murky yellow, and there wasn't a single fish to be seen. Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but think of Li Mo's slaughtering king's manor. Although the slaughtering king's manor gave her the impression that it was a messy mess, it was actually full of flowers and life. In particular, the pond of lotus flowers outside the small living room was filled with lotus pods. The fragrance was so fragrant that it was unforgettable. Even though the Lins didn't have a large family, they still spent quite a bit of money on the maintenance of their gardens. Lin Zainan's Immortal Garden, Lin Qingchen's Bamboo Garden, Lin Qingshue's Peach Garden, and even the Zhua siblings' temporary residence were all elegant and unique. No matter how large a family's legacy was, if it wasn't managed properly, it would eventually decline. The Yi manor was already showing signs of decline. By the time they arrived at the main hall, there were already quite a few guests present. The current patriarch of the Yi family, who was also Yi Qianying's second uncle, was an official in the imperial city. As a result, most of the guests present were from mid-level clans. Few of them were from prominent clans, because they had all gone to the crown prince's residence. As soon as the Yun matriarch entered the hall, everyone stood up in unison and rushed to greet her. Their gazes lingered on Yun Ruoyan, Yun Ruoyao, Yun Ruoyu, and Yun Maxiao. After all, none of the Yun family's heirs had been betrothed. How many of the middle-sized families wouldn't want to be related to the Yun family? But that was just wishful thinking. How could a small family like theirs possibly hope to get close to the Yun family? Just then, Yun Ruoyan noticed a familiar figure in the crowd, Pei Zio. Pei Zio had clearly seen her as well. He looked at Yun Ruoyan with a complicated gaze, but when Yun Ruoyan noticed him, he immediately averted his gaze. Yun Ruoyan was secretly pleased. Although she hadn't been able to get rid of Pei Zio in one fell swoop, at least he wouldn't pounce on her as soon as he saw her. Although she hadn't physically harmed him, the psychological blow would likely take some time to recover. Not long after the Yun matriarch and the others took their seats, the head of the Yi family, Yi Mingjing, rushed in from outside to greet the Yun matriarch and madam, and these must be my nephew and nieces. Yi Mingjing looked at Yun Ruoyan's group, then his gaze landed on Yun Maxiao. You're already so big. Back then, when brother and I went to the Yun manor to fetch our bride, I even saw you. You were only this big back then, in your mother's arms. Because he was so excited, Yi Mingjing's chubby face was flushed unnaturally, and his mustache was also sticking out. When he spoke to the Yun matriarch, he would bow his back and lower his eyes, but when he turned to speak to others, he would immediately puff out his belly, as if he were on a pedestal. Even Yun Maxiao was acting like an elder to him. Yun Maxiao had no choice but to politely stand up and exchange a few words with him. When Yun Ruoyan saw that Yi Mingjing was looking at her again, she immediately averted her gaze. Although Yun Ruoyan had lived 2 lives, everyone she had come into contact with, be they good or bad, had an extraordinary aura about them. Although Yi Mingjing looked amiable, his eyes and actions revealed a sense of pettiness that Yun Ruoyan didn't like. At this point, Yun Ruoyan still didn't understand that everyone had their own way of interacting with one another. She was only acting according to her heart's desires, causing Yi Mingjing to feel awkward. Yi Mingjing rubbed his nose, as if he didn't mind. Qianying's preparing in the backyard. Why don't you go see her? Uncle Yi, we've been wanting to see Sister Qianying for a long time, Yun Ruoyu replied obediently. Yun Ruoyu replied obediently, it's just that there's no one to guide us, and it's our first time visiting your home. Ha, I've been careless, Yi Mingjing laughed. I'll have someone take you there right away. Logically speaking, Madam An should have gone as well, but she really wasn't in the mood to do so. She'd already given Yi Mingjing her dowry, so she didn't tag along. Although Yun Ruoyan didn't want to go, she still had to keep up appearances. Under the guidance of a servant, Yun Ruoyan, Yun Ruoyu, and Yun Ruoyao all the way to Yi Qianying's bridal quarters. Yi Qianying had already put on her phoenix coronet and red cape. She sat on the red wedding bed like a meticulously carved puppet, not giving off the slightest sense of joy. When she heard that someone had arrived, Yi Qianying lifted her veil and sat on the bed with Yun Ruoyao and Yun Ruoyu, half joking about their relationship. Yun Ruoyan casually sat down on a stool by the side. Sister Ruoyao, Sister Ruoyu, please excuse us for a moment. I'd like to speak to Sister Ruoyan in private, Yi Qianying suddenly said. Neither Yun Ruoyu nor Yun Ruoyao expected Yi Qianying to make such a request. They glanced at each other, then at Yun Ruoyan, before standing up and walking out. Yun Ruoyan looked at the exquisitely dressed Yi Qianying, looking forward to what Yi Qianying would say to her. Yi Qianying stood up from the bed and sat down on the stool by Yun Ruoyan's side. She looked at Yun Ruoyan very seriously. There's no one else here, and I'd like to ask you something. I hope you'll tell me the truth and not try to deceive me. Yun Ruoyan looked at Yi Qianying strangely. Why don't you tell me? I'd also like to know what I have to hide from you. Did you frame Brother Zio at the Yichuan brothel? Yi Qianying asked. No, Yun Ruoyan replied without even thinking. Nonsense. Yi Qianying's tone suddenly turned serious. That morning, I clearly saw you outside the Yichuan brothel. Yi Qianying didn't know that Yun Ruoyan had seen her as well. Oh. Yun Ruoyan exclaimed in surprise, you saw me. Which eye of yours saw me? I. Yi Qianying suppressed her anger. I saw you with both my eyes. Not only did you go to the Yichuan brothel, you were dressed as a man, and I even saw you save Hua Hua, who had fallen from the brothel. Chapter 172. Then let me ask you, where did you see it with your own eyes? Yun Ruoyan continued to ask shamelessly. Yi Qianying's chest heaved. I saw you at the gates of the Yichuan brothel. Why would you appear at the gates of the Yichuan brothel? I followed you there, Yi Qianying replied. That morning, I was on my way to the Yi Manor when I saw you walking alone on the streets, acting suspiciously, so I followed you all the way to the Yichuan brothel. Yi Qianying looked at Yun Ruoyan as if to say, are you speechless? How laughable. Yun Ruoyan smiled coldly. These past few days, I've always been with my brother, and I've never left the house by myself. Both my servants and my coachman can attest to that. If you want to frame me, at least come up with a better plan. What do you mean by that? Frame me? Yi Qianying frowned. What do you mean by framing? Ha! Yun Ruoyan sneered. You were the one who framed Pei Zio, and now you're trying to frame me. It was you. You're the one who framed Brother Zio. You're the one who framed me. Yi Qianying suddenly stood up from her chair, exasperated. What's wrong? Did I hit the nail on the head? Yun Ruoyan also stood up. She was a head taller than Yi Qianying, and her aura was overwhelming. You and Pei Zio were originally in love with each other. At first, he was very protective of you, but as time went on, he began to treat you coldly. You held a grudge against him, so you tried to use that aphrodisiac to make love to him at the flower viewing party, but you ended up with the crown prince instead. Yun Ruoyan released her aura as she approached Yi Qianying step by step. Yi Qianying was forced to take a few steps back. She opened her mouth to retort, but Yun Ruoyan didn't give her a chance. Not only was Pei Zio unwilling to take the blame for you, he even found evidence that you were in cahoots with the crown prince. It was only because of him that the crown prince had no choice but to marry you. Yun Ruoyan's every word was like a hand mercilessly tearing open the scars in Yi Qianying's heart, then mercilessly sprinkling salt on them. You like Pei Zio and want to marry him, but he thinks you're dirty. You hated him, so you thought of a way to dirty him. You're lying. I didn't. Yi Qianying screamed. It was you, it was you. You framed Brother Zio, you dirted him. Yi Qianying had expected Yun Ruoyan to deny it, but she hadn't expected Yun Ruoyan to shift the blame onto her. What she hadn't expected even more was that Yun Ruoyan could make a lie sound truer than the truth. Me? Yun Ruoyan glared at Yi Qianying. Why would I do that? What grudge do I have with Pei Zio that requires me to use such a method to harm him? Whether it's killing or harming people, there's always a motive. May I ask what's my motive for framing Pei Zio? Yun Ruoyan's question stumped Yi Qianying, because she hadn't considered it before. Pei Zio had indeed been harmed by Yun Ruoyan, but what was her reason for doing so? Yi Qianying leaned against the wall, her mind starting to ponder. That day, Yun Ruoyan had clearly gone to watch the show, knowing that something was about to happen. Furthermore, she had personally witnessed Yun Ruoyan save that ugly girl who should have been doomed. If not for the fact that Yun Ruoyan was involved, there would have been no reason for her to save that ugly girl. After all, a life-saving pill was far more valuable than a lowly life. As a result, Yi Qianying was certain that Yun Ruoyan was the mastermind behind Pei Zio's death. However, to use such a method to frame a man would only be possible if there was some sort of grudge between the culprit and Yun Ruoyan. But other than the conflict in the imperial territory, Yun Ruoyan and Pei Zio really didn't have any other grudges. Based on this line of thought, Yi Qianying was indeed much more suspicious than Yun Ruoyan. What was going on? Yi Qianying's entire body trembled, and sweat began to bead on her forehead. Could it be that I'm mistaken? No, I clearly followed her to the Yichuan brothel, and I saw her save that ugly girl with my own eyes. But there's no reason for her to frame me. As if possessed, Yi Qianying struggled with these two questions. Yun Ruoyan didn't rush her, allowing her to think slowly. No matter how hard she tried, she wouldn't be able to figure out that the grudge between her and Pei Zio had transcended time and space. Just then, Yun Ruoyan suddenly felt a hidden aura in the room. That aura had appeared suddenly, only for a moment, and then quickly disappeared. Yun Ruoyan frowned. There was only one possibility for such a situation to occur: there was someone hiding in the room. That person had been concealing their aura all along, but because they had been too agitated just now, their aura had suddenly leaked out. Who could be hiding in Yi Qianying's room? Pei Zio. It had to be Pei Zio. Yi Qianying, so you're trying to expose me in front of Pei Zio. Thankfully, I'm alert enough. Yun Ruoyan laughed coldly in her heart. The first thought that popped up in her mind was to ferret out Pei Zio. A man with a past relationship with the bride was hiding in the room of the bride to be married off, and this man had a notorious reputation. How dare he make a cuckold of the crown prince? The crown prince didn't want to marry Yi Qianying in the first place, and he had even started a feud with Pei Zio at the flower viewing party. If that were to happen, Yi Qianying and Pei Zio would be in deep trouble, and it wouldn't be something that could be easily resolved with a bit of money and connections. But there was a loophole. Yi Qianying had intentionally kept her in the room, a fact that Yun Ruoyu and Yun Ruoyao could attest to. If Yi Qianying had an affair with Pei Zio, why would she have kept her alive? If they were to start a fight, it would only get more and more complicated, and Yun Ruoyan would be dragged into it as well. Thus, it wasn't feasible. You're at a loss for words, aren't you? Even if you want to frame someone else, you'll have to consider who the victim is. Yun Ruoyan stood up and prepared to leave. As she walked to the door, she suddenly stopped, turned around, and said to Yi Qianying, "As sisters, let me give you a piece of advice: don't cheat on each other." As Yun Ruoyan spoke, she stared straight at a cabinet opposite her. Coincidentally, Pei Zio was also looking at her through a crack in the cabinet, and the feeling of their eyes meeting caused Pei Zio to break out in a cold sweat. When Yun Ruoyan finally left, Pei Zio let out a long sigh of relief. His reputation had already been tarnished beyond repair, and it couldn't get any worse. When Pei Zio opened the cabinet door and walked out, Yi Qianying was still leaning against the wall in a daze. Pei Zio glanced at Yi Qianying coldly and turned to leave without another word. "Brother Zio." Yi Qianying came to her senses and hurriedly blocked Pei Zio's path. "Get out of my way!" Pei Zio shouted. "Brother Zio, believe me, I didn't set you up. It was Yun Ruoyan." Yi Qianying grabbed Pei Zio's hand tightly. "Why would she want to set me up? Tell me, what's her reason for doing this?" Pei Zio looked at Yi Qianying. Yi Qianying was speechless. This was an unsolvable problem for both Yi Qianying and Pei Zio. As the saying went, the heavens were right, and the time for retribution had yet to arrive. You can't tell me, can you? Pei Xiao reached out and pried Yi Qianning's hand off his arm. I can't tell you either, so you should just obediently be the crown princess and stop messing around. I don't want to. Yi Qianning cried out as she threw herself into Pei Xiao's arms. Brother Xiao, you're the only one in my heart. I know I'm not clean anymore, but you're not. So we can be together now. Let's leave this place together, let's go so far away that no one can find us. You're crazy. Pei Xiao pushed Yi Qianning away forcefully. I'm crazy. Yi Qianning's pent-up resentment, anger, and resentment had all been released at once under Yun Ruoyan's provocation. Brother Xiao, why won't you want me? Am I worse than that disgusting Hua Hua? Don't say any more. Pei Xiao clutched his ears in pain. During this period of time, he had been dreaming of Hua Hua every day, dreaming of that unbearable night. I'm sorry, Brother Xiao, I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't want to agitate you. Yi Qianning's heart ached as she looked at Pei Xiao's pained expression. We've forgotten about Hua Hua, forgotten about that ugly woman. That ugly woman is no longer here, and she's completely disappeared from this world. What? Pei Xiao heard Yi Qianning's words and looked up at her in surprise. What do you mean by completely disappeared? I've already killed her. Yi Qianning replied. That day, Hua Hua had secretly escaped amidst the chaos, and Yi Qianning had memorized her escape route. After the incident was over, she had chased after her and killed her. You've killed her? Pei Xiao asked again. Yes, I've killed her, so Brother Xiao, the stain on your life has been completely erased. Pei Xiao's eyes suddenly shone with anger. So you're silencing me? Brother Xiao, what do you mean by silencing me? What are you talking about? I don't understand, Yi Qianning hurriedly replied. You don't understand, or are you pretending not to? Pei Xiao's eyes blazed with anger. Yun Ruoyan's analysis is correct, you're the only one who has a motive to harm me. You want to dirty me so that I won't despise you. Pei Xiao was furious. Back at the flower viewing party, you tried to harm me, but the crown prince foiled your plans. This time, you tried to harm me again, using such despicable methods. Let me tell you, Yi Qianning, you're worthless in my heart. No matter how dirty I am, I'm still cleaner than a poisonous woman like you. No, it's not like that. Yi Qianning protested loudly. I never wanted to harm you. It was Yun Ruoyan, she was the one who wanted to harm you. Enough. Pei Xiao pushed Yi Qianning to the ground and said coldly, I, Pei Xiao, never want to see you again, concubine. Your Highness. Chapter 173. Pei Xiao had previously thought that Liamo had taught him a lesson, but now he felt that it was more likely that Yi Qianning had framed him. Under Yun Ruoyan's guidance, Pei Xiao felt that both of them had a reason to frame him, and the only person he didn't suspect was Yun Ruoyan. However, the person who had framed him was none other than Yun Ruoyan. At first, Yun Ruoyan had wondered why Pei Xiao would appear in the Yi manor, but now it seemed that Yi Qianning had brought him here to expose her. Yun Ruoyan was secretly delighted. This was the first time she had experienced the thrill of controlling a person's heart. After this incident, Yun Ruoyan realized that torturing someone wasn't just about physical abuse. The highest level of abuse was to inflict mental torture. She had once wanted to kill Pei Xiao and Yi Qianning directly, but she hadn't been able to find a suitable opportunity. She had been anxious about this, but now she was completely at ease. Killing them would be too lenient, but torturing them to death would make up for all that she and the Yun and Lin families had suffered in her past life. When it was almost noon, the crown prince's entourage finally arrived. Everyone gathered at the gates, waiting for the auspicious hour to arrive. Although it was only a concubine, it was still the crown prince's first official wedding, and the entourage was quite grand. Dressed in a bright red robe, the crown prince stood in front of the Yi Manor's gates, flanked by two young men of extraordinary bearing. One of them was the second prince, Li Qianyuan, whom Yun Ruoyan had met once before. He was also dressed in a red robe, slightly lighter in color than Li Qianxiao's, but it gave off a delicate and alluring aura. His lips were red, his teeth white, and his eyes were long and slender. His every frown and smile was a charming sight to behold. Even some of the young men present couldn't help but fall in love with him. What a demon, Yun Ruoyan thought. There was another man whom Yun Ruoyan didn't recognize. He looked younger than Li Qianyuan, but he was dressed in a black robe. His expression was solemn, and his occasional smile was cold. "Brother, who's that frosty face?" Yun Ruoyan turned to her brother, only realizing that her brother was even more unfamiliar with the ways of the capital than she was, and there was no point in asking him about it. To Yun Ruoyan's surprise, Yun Maxiao actually recognized that person. "He's the fourth prince, Li Qianyue," Yun Maxiao replied. "He's the fourth prince?" Yun Ruoyan exclaimed. Of the four princes of the kingdom of Li, the fourth prince was the most special. It was said that he was the illegitimate son of Li Xiu and the daughter of the chancellor of the martial world, Dong Tiehe, while he was traveling incognito. The eldest daughter of the Dong family was unaware of Li Xiu's true identity. Later, Miss Dong got pregnant and gave birth to a child. Li Xiu told her that he wanted to take her as his concubine. However, Miss Dong was a very fierce woman. Not only did she refuse to enter the palace, but she also refused to let her children enter the palace. On one hand, it was because of Miss Dong's unyielding attitude. On the other hand, due to the Dong family's status in the martial arts world, Li Xiu had no choice but to compromise and let the royal bloodline wander outside. It wasn't until Li Qianyue was 10 years old that Miss Dong succumbed to a serious illness and passed away. Li Xiu, with Dong Tiehe's approval, finally allowed Li Qianyue to return to the clan. Even though Li Qianyue had returned to the Dong clan, he rarely returned to the imperial palace. As a result, while everyone knew of the existence of the fourth prince, Li Qianyue, very few had ever seen him in person. Yun Ruoyan hadn't expected to meet this legendary figure today, and even more surprising was that Yun Maxiao actually knew him. After hearing Yun Maxiao's words, Yun Ruoyan looked at Li Qianyue again. Indeed, he bore some resemblance to his brothers, especially his long, narrow eyes. Yun Ruoyan muttered to herself that the Li family's bloodline was far too strong. Everyone with the surname Li had long eyebrows and narrow eyes, and even Li Mo was no exception. "Brother, how did you know the fourth prince?" Yun Ruoyan asked. Yun Maxiao opened his mouth to reply, but the ceremonial official announced, "The auspicious hour has arrived, and the bride is ready to leave." Yi Qianying, dressed in a phoenix coronet, was escorted out by a matron of honor. Li Qianxiao had already accepted the fact that he was going to marry Yi Qianying, so he pretended to be happy. The matron of honor handed Yi Qianying's hand to Li Qianxiao. According to the customs of the Li kingdom, the two newlyweds had to kneel to their parents in front of the main entrance. Because of Li Qianxiao's status as the crown prince, only Yi Qianying knelt. Li Qianxiao only bowed slightly to the Yun matriarch and Yi Jingming. The Yun matriarch personally helped Yi Qianying up and gave her some instructions. The Yi couple were so happy that they couldn't stop smiling. Given the Yi family's current situation, it was truly a blessing to be able to establish a relationship with the imperial family. However, Yun Ruoyan felt very uncomfortable. Two pairs of eyes were staring at her at the same time, one from Li Qianyuan, and the other from the bridegroom, Li Qianxiao. Yun Ruoyan could sense that Li Qianyuan was looking at her suspiciously, and she returned his gaze. When their eyes met, Li Qinyuan suddenly flashed her a smile that was even more beautiful than a flower, causing goosebumps to rise all over Yun Ruoyan's body. Compared to Li Qinyuan, Li Qianxiao's gaze made Yun Ruoyan feel even more uncomfortable. In front of so many people, the bridegroom wasn't looking at his bride, but at her from time to time. Noticing Li Qianxiao's gaze, Yun Maxiao stepped forward and shielded Yun Ruoyan with his tall body. At the end of the ceremony, the bride shall board the sedan. Li Qianxiao took Yi Qianying's hand and escorted her into the sedan. As Li Qianxiao mounted his horse, he glanced at Yun Ruoyan again, but she was still looking up at the sky. As the bridal procession walked further and further away, Yun Ruoyan let out a soft breath. She recalled what Yun Moyuan had said earlier, that he had unintentionally overheard a conversation between the crown prince and the second prince at the Yun matriarch's birthday banquet, and that the two of them had discovered that the birthmark on her face was showing signs of healing. As she thought of this, Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but rejoice inwardly. Thankfully, she had Li Mo as her shield, and if she encountered a ghost, she would be able to block the Buddha. Qianying's finally settled, the Yun matriarch exclaimed. That's right. At least the Yun family can answer to her deceased mother, Madame An chimed in. After sending off the bridal procession, Yi Jingming invited everyone into the manor to take their seats. Yun Ruoyan had planned to accompany the Yun matriarch back to the manor after the banquet, as well as hand over the list of herbs that she and Qiuqiu had agreed upon, but one of Yun Lan's servants came to inform Yun Maxiao, Yun Ruoyao, and Yun Ruoyu that they were to head to the crown prince's manor immediately. The main venue of the wedding banquet was the crown prince's manor, and Yun Ruoyan's party would represent the Yun family at the Yi manor. How could Yun Lan give up an opportunity to show his face in front of the nobles? Yun Ruoyan had wanted to feign illness and not go, but Yun Maxiao had been back in the capital for quite some time now, and hadn't had a chance to show his face in front of the nobles yet. This was undoubtedly a good opportunity. Yun Maxiao knew that Yun Ruoyan didn't want to go, so he told her not to. Yun Ruoyan shook her head. Her only brother was Yun Maxiao, and she wanted to accompany him. As a result, the Yun matriarch and Madame An remained at the Yi manor, while Yun Ruoyan's party headed to the crown prince's manor. By the time Yun Ruoyan's party arrived at the crown prince's manor in a carriage, the bridal procession had finally arrived at the entrance. They alighted from the carriage and blended in with the crowd, waiting for the newlyweds to enter the manor before following them into the manor. The crown prince's manor was lavishly decorated, something that the Yun manor couldn't even begin to compare to. Led by a servant, the party arrived at the manor's main hall, where Yun Lan was chatting happily with a group of people. The party bowed to Yun Lan, who sent Yun Ruoyao and Yun Ruoyu off to play with acquaintances, leaving Yun Maxiao and Yun Ruoyan behind. This is the General-in-Chief who supports the Empire, General Lin. Yun Lan introduced them to a white-haired general. This is my son and daughter, Yun Maxiao and Yun Ruoyan. Official Yun's son and daughter are both dragons and phoenixes among men. General Lin couldn't help but stroke his beard in admiration when he saw that both Yun Maxiao and Yun Ruoyan had an extraordinary bearing. He then joked, "You're already so grown up, but this is your first time meeting official Yun. Are you afraid that someone might steal them from you? I'm not the one who wants to hide them." Yun Lan laughed. Shao is under General Huang Zhang's tutelage, and he's only just returned from the army. Ruoyan's health has been poor since she was a child, and she's only recovered this year. General Lin turned his gaze to Yun Maxiao and said with admiration, "I've heard General Huang mention young Master Yun. The younger generation will surpass us in time." "I won't hide it from you, General Lin," Yun Lan replied. "Shao plans to find a job in the capital after returning from the army, and I'll be counting on you to take care of him." "Of course." General Lin smiled. Yun Lan introduced Yun Ma Xiao to 4 or 5 high-ranking officials, some of whom were civil and some of whom were military. They had a say in the appointment and dismissal of officials, and Yun Lan was paving the way for Yun Ma Xiao. "Official Yun, I heard that your son has returned. Why didn't you introduce him to me?" Rong Tianling walked over and asked politely. Ever since the incident with Rong Yuehong, the Rong and Yun families had been at loggerheads, and Rong Tianling and Yun Lan had been at loggerheads at court. Rong Tianling's sudden appearance couldn't have been anything good, but he still had to put on a front. This is Rong Tianling." Yun Lan smiled and introduced him to Rong Tianling. "This is my son, Yun Ma Xiao, who's been in the army all this time. Please take good care of him in the future." Yun Ruoyan had been by Yun Lan and Yun Ma Xiao's side the entire time, and Yun Lan would bring her along during the introductions. Yun Ruoyan didn't want to stand out, so she kept her head low and didn't speak unless it was absolutely necessary. Everyone only glanced at her curiously because of her reputation, before turning their attention back to Yun Ma Xiao. But even though Rong Tianling was speaking to Yun Lan, his gaze would occasionally drift coldly toward Yun Ruoyan. In Rong Tianling's heart, Yun Ruoyan was the murderer of his daughter, and he wanted nothing more than to kill her to avenge Rong Yuehong. Chapter 174. Yun Ruoyan, however, wasn't afraid of him. She let her mind wander off as she pleased. "Of course, your uncle will definitely take good care of you," Imperial Uncle Rong said with a smile that was not a smile. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he said, "Oh, I almost forgot to introduce them to Lord Yun. These are my son and daughter, Rong Jinghao and Rong Yueshan." The 2 youths behind Rong Tianling stepped forward and bowed. They looked to be about the same age as the Yun siblings. Rong Tianling only had 1 daughter, Rong Yuehong. However, he had many concubine children. Rong Jinghao and Rong Yueshan were 2 of the more favored. After the polite exchange, Yun Lan didn't want to waste any more time with Rong Tianling. He tried to find an excuse to leave, but Rong Tianling held him back. "My uncle has something to trouble you with, Lord Yun. Please don't be in such a hurry to leave." Yun Lan frowned and said, "My words are insignificant. I'm afraid I can't help Imperial Uncle. Lord Yun is too humble." Rong Tianling hurriedly interrupted him. "I'll have to ask for your help, Master Yun. My son has been a guard in the city for several years now, and there's a vacancy for the general of the garrison. I'd like to fill this vacancy, and I'd like to ask for your promotion." Yun Lan immediately knew that Rong Tianling was doing this on purpose. General Huang's recommendation letter had just arrived at the court a few days ago, and Rong Tianling had just begun to stir things up. "And my daughter, Rong Yueshan." Rong Tianling turned to Yun Ruoyan. "She's also qualified to enter Kongming Academy. Miss Yun, please go easy on her during the trial." Naturally, Yun Ruoyan could hear the underlying meaning in Rong Tianling's words. Rong Yueshan and Rong Yuehong looked quite similar, especially when they looked at each other with their chins facing each other. "Ruoyan has always been a person who doesn't offend me if I'm not offended, but if I'm offended, I won't show mercy. At that time, Miss Yun, please stay away from me," Yun Ruoyan suddenly spoke up. Yun Ruoyan's meaning was clear. Rong Yuehong had brought this upon herself, and she had nothing to do with it. Both Rong Tianling and Rong Yueshan's expressions darkened at her blunt words. "Ruoyan, watch your words," Yun Lan reprimanded. "You can't be so arrogant in front of uncle." Although Yun Lan reprimanded Yun Ruoyan, he approved of her actions. She was about to enter Kongming Academy, and everyone who participated in the trial would be her opponent. The aura that Yun Ruoyan had just displayed had instantly suppressed Rong Yueshan's. It was already noon, and the host invited everyone to take their seats. The auspicious time to worship the heaven and earth in the Li Kingdom was at dusk, when the emperor and empress would arrive. Lunch was just a light meal, and the main feast was in the evening. She hadn't seen Li Mo or Li Qianhan this entire time, and it was likely that they would only appear when the auspicious hour arrived. After the meal, Yun Lan brought Yun Ma Xiao along to continue chatting with the officials. Yun Ma Xiao was a cheerful, humble, and polite person. He knew when to advance and when to retreat, and was deeply liked by everyone. Yun Ruoyan had nothing to do as she followed behind her brothers, so she bade them farewell and headed to the garden alone. Yun Ruoyan leaned against a fake mountain, enjoying the gentle breeze and the sweet fragrance of flowers. At this time, a man's voice came from afar. "I have long heard of the fourth prince's great name. It is my honor to meet you today." Following the man's voice was a flurry of footsteps. "Young Master Bai, you're too polite." A deep, youthful voice spoke up. It was likely the fourth prince, Li Qianyue. "I haven't been in the capital for a long time, and I'm quite unfamiliar with this place. There are many things I'd like to ask you, young masters." "You're too polite, fourth prince. It would be our honor." Yun Ruoyan heard Yun Ruoyao's voice, and her words were echoed by the other young masters and misses. Yun Ruoyan turned toward the source of the voice through the crack in the fake mountain. She saw a group of 7 or 8 people strolling through the garden. They sat down in a pavilion by the side of the fake mountain, separated from Yun Ruoyan by only the fake mountain. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, Yun Ruoyan was about to stand up and walk out of the fake mountain when a pair of hands suddenly pressed down on her shoulders. At the same time, she heard a familiar voice by her ear. "Don't go out." Yun Ruoyan turned to see Li Qianhan. "Listen to what they're saying." Yun Ruoyan frowned as she looked at Li Qianhan. She wasn't surprised that the third prince liked to eavesdrop. After all, ever since Yun Ruoyan had known Li Qianhan, he had always had the air of a gentleman. When the scions of large families gathered with the princes, there was no shortage of flattery. Just as Yun Ruoyan was about to get sick of all this, someone finally asked a slightly more practical question. "Fourth prince, is there any other reason for your return other than the crown prince's wedding?" If it was only for the crown prince's wedding, then the fourth prince would leave after the wedding. If it was for something else, then he would continue to stay, so that the crowd would be prepared to get closer to him in the future. "To tell you the truth, other than attending the crown prince's wedding, I have another important matter to attend to," Li Qianyue replied. "What is it, fourth prince?" The crowd's interest was piqued by Li Qianyue's words. "Have any of you heard of the Maleficent duo?" Li Qianyue asked. "Fourth prince, are you referring to the Maleficent duo who wreaked havoc in the Yuelu villa not long ago?" Yun Ruoyan didn't know her way around, but she was good at remembering faces. She would be able to recognize anyone she'd met once, no matter how long it had been. Yun Ruoyan remembered that this white-robed man was the one who had gotten along well with her during the flower viewing party, and he had even spoken up for Pei Zio. "That's right," Li Qianyue replied. "I received orders from my grandfather to come back and hunt down this male-female duo." Yun Ruoyan narrowed her eyes. The Maleficent duo was none other than herself and Li Mo in disguise. So Li Qianyue had returned for them. As the crowd pressed him, Li Qianyue told them that he already had a suspect in mind, that the Maleficent duo had left on a sword made of azure light. Li Qianyue said that there were only 5 people in the entire Li Kingdom who could do so, and that he would investigate them one by one. As for who they were, Li Qianyue refused to say. Yun Ruoyan turned to look at Li Qianhan. He was also peering into the pavilion through a crack in the window. Both of them had concealed their auras, so no one in the pavilion could detect them. Since Li Qianhan was working for Li Mo, Yun Ruoyan knew that he would definitely inform Li Mo of the matter, so she didn't have to worry about it. As long as Li Mo was around, Yun Ruoyan didn't have to worry about anything. It was a wonderful feeling. Li Qianyue's group of 7 or 8 sat in the pavilion for about 15 minutes before they left. Third Prince, how well do you know your younger brother? Yun Ruoyan asked, but didn't receive a reply. When she turned around, she found that Li Qianhan had left without a sound. He didn't even say a word before he left. Yun Ruoyan was speechless. Soon, night fell, and the emperor and empress finally arrived, followed by the slaughtering king. Li Qianhan didn't follow by Li Mo's side, and Yun Ruoyan didn't see him for the rest of the night. The next day, Yun Ruoyan heard that the Yuelu villa had been robbed again, this time of their wealth. Yun Ruoyan guessed that Li Qianhan had done it to mislead the public. Everyone in the main hall stood close to one another, and although it was crowded, it wasn't chaotic. Because of the presence of the emperor, empress, and slaughtering king, everyone was quiet. Finally, when the ceremony was over, the crown prince and Yi Qianying were sent into the bridal chamber. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the emperor and empress left. As the banquet began, everyone began to drink and laugh. Yun Ruoyan took advantage of the chaos to leave the main hall for some fresh air. She hid in a quiet corner, leaning against the railing as she gazed at the moon's reflection in the water. She heard footsteps behind her, and they sounded unfamiliar. Yun Ruoyan turned around to see a bewitching smile, Li Qianyuan. In front of the Yi Manor, Li Qianyuan's smile had left a deep impression on Yun Ruoyan, and it wasn't a good one. Yun Ruoyan was a straight woman at heart, and she couldn't accept a man who was even more feminine than she was. Just as Yun Ruoyan was in a daze, Li Qianyuan walked up to her. Miss Yun, your dress is so beautiful. May I ask which boutique it's from? Yun Ruoyan was just about to bow and say a few more pleasantries before leaving when Li Qianyuan suddenly asked about her dress. I don't know which boutique it was from, but the slaughtering king gave it to me. Yun Ruoyan didn't want to waste any more time, so she brought up Li Qianyuan frowned imperceptibly before smiling. I didn't expect you to have such good taste, uncle, who never changes his clothes. Li Mo always wore a black robe, and even if he changed it, it wouldn't make a difference. In fact, he really did look like he never changed his clothes. Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but smile. It's just that your veil isn't a good match, Li Qianyuan commented. Yun Ruoyan was wearing a phoenix floral veil today, and it matched her dress perfectly, both in color and style. The highlight of your dress is the hundreds of flowers embroidered on your sleeves and skirt. If your veil were to match the flowers in a butterfly pattern, it would be perfect, Li Qianyuan explained. You're right, second prince. The people of the Li kingdom were very particular about their attire, and Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but feel ashamed of herself. In the great hall, the officials, knowing that Li Mo wouldn't lose his cool over such a joyous occasion, bravely toasted him. Li Mo calmly drank a round of wine before raising his head to see Yun Ruoyan sneaking out of the hall. When someone toasted him again, Li Mo's face darkened, and the officials, who were used to his face, immediately stopped toasting him. Li Mo also walked out of the great hall. Following Yun Ruoyan's scent, he found her leaning against the railing, laughing and chatting with Li Qianyuan. Li Mo's face darkened once more. How could this woman be so careless? Had she completely ignored his previous warning? Chapter 175. Yun Ruoyan had to admit that Li Qianyuan was quite a conversationalist. Even with someone as slow as Yun Ruoyan, he was able to bring her up to the topic of clothing, flowers, and from flowers to the food in the capital. Under Li Qianxiao's incessant chatter, Yun Ruoyan found that it wasn't so easy to find an excuse to leave. What's making you so happy? Tell me. Just then, Li Mo walked over from the corner of the corridor. Li Mo's hands were clasped behind his back, and his face was even more indistinct in the dark. But just from his voice, Yun Ruoyan could tell that he was unhappy again. "Uncle." Li Qianyuan bowed to Li Mo. Li Mo raised a hand to dismiss him. Yun Ruoyan leaned against the railing and smiled at Li Mo, with no intention of bowing at all. Li Qianyuan wasn't the least bit surprised by Yun Ruoyan's rude behavior. It was clear that he knew of the special relationship between Yun Ruoyan and Li Mo. "I have something to discuss with Miss Yun." "You may leave now," Li Mo ordered. Li Qianyuan glanced at Yun Ruoyan once more before bowing and retreating. When Li Qianyuan's figure disappeared around the corner, Li Mo walked up to Yun Ruoyan and looked at her. "Are you going to ignore what I said to you again?" "Slaughtering King, I wouldn't dare." Yun Ruoyan knew that the man was trying to make things difficult for her, so she ignored him and turned to look at the moon. Li Mo looked at Yun Ruoyan's back under the moonlight and sighed. He walked up to her side. "This second prince is quite shrewd, so don't get too close to him." "I didn't get too close to him." Yun Ruoyan turned to Li Mo. "I can't just turn around and leave as soon as he walks over, can I? Can you be a little more reasonable?" "What do you mean, turn around and leave as soon as he arrives?" "I've been watching the two of you chatting and laughing for quite some time now," Li Mo replied. You were peeking." Yun Ruoyan looked at Li Mo in surprise. It seemed that Li Qianhan wasn't the only eavesdropper. "What do you mean by peeping?" "I was just standing there and happened to see you," Li Mo immediately retorted. The two of them were very close to each other, and Yun Ruoyan could see Li Moying's face through the moonlight. His skin was originally very white, but now it seemed even whiter because of his anger. Yun Ruoyan suddenly realized that this seemingly mysterious and powerful man was only in his 20s. It was only because of the rumors surrounding him, his aloof demeanor, and his dark attire that people often forgot about his age. If one were to ignore his status, Li Mo was actually just an unmarried young man in his 20s. In comparison, Yun Ruoyan was an old monster with more than 30 years of memories. "Li Mo, I'll be entering Kongming Academy in 2 days, and I'm planning to focus on my cultivation. I won't be able to see you again, so can we not fight?" As an elder, Yun Ruoyan was willing to compromise. "Alright, we won't quarrel." Li Mo continued. "I'll give you a list of names that you'll have to stay away from." My God." Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but cry out as Li Mo pulled her into his embrace. The people in the capital are far scarier than the magical beasts in the imperial territory." Li Mo's voice rang out by Yun Ruoyan's ear. "And those women in the Yun manor can't compare to them, so you have to be careful." Sensing Li Mo's concern, Yun Ruoyan's stiff body relaxed. She patted Li Mo's back. "I know. The location of Kongming Academy's trial has always only been revealed on the day of the trial. Although I've tried my best, I haven't been able to pry open the mouths of those old fellows, so you'll have to rely on yourself when the time comes." The old fellows Li Mo was referring to were likely people of high status within Kongming Academy. "Alright, I understand." Yun Ruoyan leaned against Li Mo's chest, listening to his heartbeat. Li Mo lifted Yun Ruoyan's hand and removed the spatial ring from her finger. "Give this to me for now, and I'll deliver it to you tomorrow night." Yun Ruoyan guessed that Li Mo was intending to give her something, but because it wasn't convenient for him to do so, he took the ring and placed the item inside before handing it back to her. "I can make my own spiritual pills, and I've prepared quite a few things for myself." Yun Ruoyan instinctively wanted to refuse. She already owed Li Mo far too much, and she really wouldn't be able to repay him if this continued. This made her feel a great deal of pressure. "Can your things compare to mine?" Li Mo asked sternly. "Surviving the trial in one piece is the most important thing." Li Mo's words and his serious expression made Yun Ruoyan, who had always been quite relaxed, feel a little nervous. Is this trial really as frightening as the legends make it out to be? Have you been inside before? Yun Ruoyan asked. Li Mo told her that the trial itself wasn't that frightening, and the beasts within weren't much stronger than those in the imperial territory. What was frightening was the participants. There was no limit to the number of participants who could participate in the trial. As long as one could survive 10 days in the imperial territory, one would qualify. However, Kongming Academy's trial had a limited number of participants, and as a result, there would often be fights and killings for the spots. Li Mo had once participated in the trial with the intention of training himself, and he had personally witnessed how the scions of different kingdoms and clans plotted against one another. After entering the trial, it's best if you can form a team, but you must remember that there's often no one you can trust but yourself, Li Mo told Yun Ruoyan seriously. Compared to Li Mo's words, Yun Ruoyan trusted her own team more. She trusted the Lin siblings, and she trusted Zhuori Feng. They had gone through life and death situations together in the imperial territory, and Yun Ruoyan believed that they would be able to face the trials together as one. Naturally, Yun Ruoyan wouldn't tell Li Mo this. Instead, she repeated, I know. In the Crown Prince's bridal chamber, Yi Qianying sat on the bed, her head covered by a veil as she awaited Li Qianxiao's arrival. Li Qianxiao had been forced into a drunken stupor by the princes and officials, but he was still conscious enough to not fall asleep. As he stared at Yi Qianying in front of him, he couldn't help but think of Yun Ruoyan. When Li Qianxiao saw Yun Ruoyan again, he found that she was different from the one he had seen at the Yun matriarch's birthday banquet. She grew up, grew taller, and her figure gradually filled out. She also gradually revealed her womanliness. Yun Ruoyan still wore a veil on her face, but her face was even whiter than before. Even though she was hidden in the crowd, Li Qianxiao was still attracted to her at first glance. Li Qianxiao couldn't help but think back to the first time he had seen Yun Ruoyan, in front of the Yun Manor. She had knelt there, dressed in a pink gown and wearing a veil embroidered with phoenix petals, making her already small face seem even more adorable. Later, when he saw the birthmark on Yun Ruoyan's face on his way home, he felt as if he'd been deceived by her. From then on, Li Qianxiao had begun to hate Yun Ruoyan. Whenever he saw her, he would think of her birthmark. However, during the Yun matriarch's birthday banquet, Li Qianxiao once again saw Yun Ruoyan's veil fall off. What shocked him was that the birthmark on Yun Ruoyan's face had actually healed. Yun Ruoyan hadn't lied to him, but he had been too cowardly to believe her. Li Qianxiao regretted his decision. If only he hadn't been frightened back then, and had instead chosen to trust Yun Ruoyan, the person sitting in front of him would be Yun Ruoyan. Li Qianxiao's thoughts were a mess, and his eyes were glazed over. Gradually, he couldn't tell who the person sitting in front of him was. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have doubted you. In this world, only a woman as beautiful as you is fit to be my consort. Li Qianxiao sat down next to Yi Qianying and mumbled, when I become the emperor in the future, you'll be the only one worthy of being my empress. Our child will be the crown prince of the Li kingdom, the future emperor Li. As he spoke, Li Qianxiao removed Yi Qianying's veil. In Li Qianxiao's eyes, Yi Qianying's face had become that of Yun Ruoyan, without her veil. Li Qianxiao's gaze grew hotter and hotter, and he pushed Yi Qianying down onto the floor. As he spoke, his words were filled with love and tenderness. Yi Qianying had initially been confused by Li Qianxiao's unusual behavior and words, but she had slowly begun to shy away from him. She had been repeatedly humiliated by Pei Zhou and Yun Ruoyan during the day, and she had thought that she would have to face the crown prince, who hated her, at night. What she hadn't expected was that not only did the crown prince not hate her, but he actually liked her and treated her so gently. At this point, no matter how unwilling she was, Yi Qianying had no choice but to let go of Pei Zio. Perhaps the crown prince's manor really could be her home. Just as Yi Qianying was thinking this, she heard Li Qianshao begin to call out a name. Because of his passion and drunkenness, his words were muffled, and she couldn't hear him clearly. "Your Highness, who are you calling?" Yi Qianying asked. Yun what? Yun Ruoyan." Li Qianshao finally managed to call out her name. "Ruoyan, I like you. I like you, and I like you as well. Once you marry me, you'll be the crown prince's consort. You can do whatever you want with that Yi Qianying." As soon as Li Qianshao said this, Yi Qianying felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Whatever feeling she had just had froze in place. Why? Why? Yun Ruoyan, why do you have to fight with me for everything? You've already taken Pei Zio, and now you're going to take the crown prince as well. Yi Qianying gripped the bedsheets tightly, as if trying to wring water out of them. Li Qianshao continued to call out Yun Ruoyan's name over and over again. Finally, Yi Qianying couldn't take it anymore. She took out a handkerchief that she had hidden under her pillow and covered his mouth. In order to prevent Li Qianshao from being rough with her, Yi Qianying had prepared something on the handkerchief in advance. A strange fragrance rushed into Li Qianshao's nose. His head spun, and his vision darkened. His hands went limp, and he collapsed onto Yi Qianying's body. Yi Qianying pushed him away and curled up in the corner of the bed. Anger, resentment, rage, and indignation made her heart feel as if it were about to explode. Yun Ruoyan, Yi Qianying, swear that there's only one of us in this world. Chapter 176. The banquet was nearing its end, but Yun Maxiao still couldn't find Yun Ruoyan. Worried, he wanted to search for her, but Yun Lan pulled him back and told him not to. Yun Lan had seen Yun Ruoyan and Liemo leave one after the other, and he didn't need to guess to know that they were together. If Yun Maxiao were to look for Yun Ruoyan now, wouldn't he be causing trouble for the slaughtering king? As expected, a servant came to inform Yun Maxiao that Yun Ruoyan had been taken away by the slaughtering king, and that Yun Lan and Yun Maxiao didn't have to worry about looking for her. Liemo and Yun Ruoyan flew aimlessly through the air. The night wind at the end of August was chilly, and Yun Ruoyan burrowed into Liemo's robes. With one hand on his sword, Liemo held her shoulders with the other. Although Yun Ruoyan wasn't as skinny as before, she was still tiny in front of Liemo. A rumbling sound came from Yun Ruoyan's stomach. Liemo chuckled. "Your stomach really is extraordinarily strong." Yun Ruoyan protested, "I didn't eat my fill for lunch, and I didn't eat my fill for dinner either. It'd be strange if I wasn't hungry." Lunch and dinner were held at the crown prince's residence. Seated around the table were the young ladies of the aristocratic families. Each of these young ladies ate delicately, and their movements were more elegant than the last. In her past life, Yun Ruoyan had also attended banquets in such a manner. Influenced by the environment, she couldn't help but follow suit. However, the price of her elegance was a lack of food. "How can I let Yen starve when she's with me?" Liemo flew westward on his sword. Liemo brought Yun Ruoyan to a stop by a sparkling lake. Yun Ruoyan looked around, feeling that the place was incredibly familiar. "Isn't this the lake that we fell into when we escaped from the forest of dead souls?" Yun Ruoyan asked. "Yen, you have a good memory," Liemo replied. "Yes, it's that lake. Shouldn't you be taking me to a place with a feast?" Yun Ruoyan asked curiously. "Why did you bring me here in the middle of the night?" "To exact revenge," Liemo replied. "After that, we'll have a feast." Liemo leaped into the lake, splashing water all over Yun Ruoyan's face. Liemo! Standing on the shore, Yun Ruoyan looked at the calm surface of the lake and called out, "Be careful. There's a fish monster in the lake that can bite." After about 5 minutes, the surface of the lake was still very calm. Yun Ruoyan began to panic, and she began to pick up stones and throw them into the water. All was quiet, save for the sound of Yun Ruoyan's stones being tossed, which was rather eerie. Yun Ruoyan wasn't a timid person, and she was willing to risk her life against a magical beast. But at this moment, the environment made her hair stand on end. "Liamo, what the hell are you doing?" Yun Ruoyan mustered up her courage and called out to the surface of the water, "If you don't come out now, I'm leaving." As soon as Yun Ruoyan spoke, a huge splash appeared on the surface of the lake. Liamo's silvery figure leaped out of the water like a silver dragon, riding on a fish monster that was twice as long as Liamo. That fish monster was also silvery, and the sight of a human and a fish sparkling under the moonlight was quite a stunning sight. Liamo leaped from the surface of the water and then fell back into it. The fish monster struggled with all its might, and the waves it created grew larger and larger. After an indeterminate amount of time, the fish monster finally stopped struggling, and the surface of the lake became calm once more. Yun Ruoyan walked toward the lake and poked her head out to take a look. With a splash, Liamo suddenly leaped out of the water with the fish monster in his hand, and this time, the water it created drenched Yun Ruoyan's heart. Liamo started a bonfire and roasted Yun Ruoyan's soaked jacket by the fire. Then, he borrowed a dagger from Yun Ruoyan to dissect the fish monster and extract the most tender flesh from its body. Yun Ruoyan curled up into a ball by the warm bonfire, staring at Liamo as she warmed herself. Liamo was dressed in a silver robe, and his hair was silver. Even his eyebrows were silver white, and his eyes were icy blue. There was an illusory, surreal beauty about him. Ignoring Yun Ruoyan's stare, Liamo took out a bottle of white fish oil, melted it, and dripped it onto the fish meat. Then, he placed the fish meat on the outermost edge of the bonfire and began roasting it. Because of the layer of fish oil, the fish meat wouldn't be overcooked, no matter how tender it was. The unique charred aroma of the fish meat began to permeate the air. Yun Ruoyan swallowed, finally shifting her attention from Liamo's face to the fish meat. Once the fish meat was roasted red, Liamo wrapped it in a silk handkerchief and handed it to Yun Ruoyan. Yun Ruoyan took the handkerchief carefully and bit into it. It was crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, and melted in her mouth with a hint of sweetness. "I didn't expect the slaughtering king to have such a trick up his sleeve," Yun Ruoyan exclaimed as she ate. "I haven't roasted meat in a long time, so I'm a little rusty. I should be able to control the heat better." Liamo only ate a few mouthfuls of the fish before taking out a flask of wine and sipping from it as he watched Yun Ruoyan eat. Liamo wasn't satisfied with his performance today, but Yun Ruoyan enjoyed her meal. She had thought that Zhui Feng's roasting skills were already unparalleled, but Liamo's was even better. Most of the large pieces of fish had entered her stomach. She rubbed her full belly and looked up at the bright moon in the sky, then at Liamo, who was even brighter than the moon itself. She felt quite satisfied. "Aren't you curious about my identity now?" Liamo suddenly asked. Yun Ruoyan shook her head. "If you're willing to tell me, I'll listen. If you don't, I won't." At this point in time, Liamo's identity didn't matter whether he was human, demon, or anything else. To Yun Ruoyan, who had lived through a lifetime, nothing was more precious than a sincere heart. As long as someone treated her sincerely, even if it were a magical beast, Yun Ruoyan would be willing to use her life to protect and cherish it. "But what I'm curious about is..." Yun Ruoyan sat up straight and looked at Liamo. "Why are you so good to me?" "Let me think." Yun Ruoyan sat down on a rock and rubbed her chin, trying to recall what had happened. "Although I did save you when we first met, I didn't think you'd have to repay me with your body. Also, it's rumored that you're not interested in women, but you've taken advantage of me time and time again. It's not that I don't have confidence in myself, but I'm quite self-aware of my looks. To be honest, I suspected that you had a fetish for mutilation at first, but after spending some time with you, I'm certain that you're a normal person. Still, I don't understand why you'd be so interested in me. Yunruoyan narrowed her eyes and pointed at Liamo. You're not trying to get something from me, are you? Cough, cough. Liamo was in the middle of drinking when he heard Yunruoyan's words. Fortunately, Yunruoyan dodged quickly, and the mouthful of wine didn't land on her. Yunruoyan's identity as a human furnace was known to no one other than Liamo, not even Chocho. Now that Liamo had added beeskin blood into Yunruoyan's Qilin beads, the beeskin's aura and Yunruoyan's own aura had become so weak that it was almost undetectable. Liamo was certain that he was the only one on the Qinyuan continent who knew that Yunruoyan was a human furnace. As long as he didn't say a word, Yunruoyan would never know. What do you think I can get from you? Liamo smiled at Yunruoyan. His icy blue eyes were filled with mirth, and he was indescribably good-looking. Yunruoyan couldn't look away from his eyes. I don't think there's anything that requires your attention, Yunruoyan murmured. No, there's something that I want, Liamo replied. What is it? Yunruoyan's eyes widened. Liamo suddenly pressed Yunruoyan beneath him. What I want is you. Liamo kissed Yunruoyan, going from light to deep, until her cheeks were flushed red. Only then did he finally release her. Liamo hugged Yunruoyan and circulated his spiritual energy to warm her up. It was late at night, and Yunruoyan was dizzy from Liamo's kisses. However, she didn't want to sleep. Liamo, tell me a story. My mother passed away when I was very young, and no one ever told me stories. Ever since I was a child, I've longed for the feeling of being in someone's embrace and listening to stories. Yunruoyan seemed to be reaching out for a yard after taking an inch. All right. Liamo hugged Yunruoyan even tighter, and his voice was low and magnetic as he began to tell her a story. Once upon a time, there was a young boy who had a powerful father, a beautiful mother, and an adorable pet cat. He lived in a palace in a valley, where it was spring all year round, and he lived a carefree life. One day, however, his kin betrayed his father. They found a powerful assassin to kill the boy's father and capture his mother. That boy must have been very sad, Yunruoyan murmured. Yes, he was, but he was too weak. He could only escape with his pet under the protection of a few palace maids. Liamo continued the story. It was a cold winter. In the past, the boy would have stayed with his mother in the warm palace, but on that winter day, he was forced to walk through the snow. But that winter, the little boy had to walk forward step by step in the snow against the cold wind. In order to avoid the soldiers chasing behind them, the palace maids took the little boy and fled into the desolate mountains. The boy's feet were frostbitten, and the maids could only take turns carrying him on their backs. A few days later, they were almost out of food, but they still didn't leave the mountains, nor did they dare to return the way they had come. The cold and hunger caused some of the palace maids to complain, and some of them would sneak away with their belongings. In the end, only 3 of the dozen or so palace maids were left, and their belongings were almost all stolen. After a few more days, they finally ran out of food. The boy's frostbite grew worse and worse, and he began to run a fever. Without food or medicine, the boy fell into a coma for days on end. One day, when he was in a daze, the little boy was pushed awake. The 3 palace maids told him that they were going down the mountain. Then, they took away a gemstone pendant from the little boy's neck, saying that they would exchange it for money to buy medicine and food for him. That pendant was the only thing his mother had left him. The boy couldn't bear to part with it, but he could only watch helplessly as the 3 palace maids took it away. The boy waited in the cave alone for a day and a night, but the 3 palace maids didn't return. Finally, he realized that he had been abandoned. At this point, Li Mo paused. Yun Ruoyan tightened her grip on Li Mo's waist. What happened to the boy? Just as the boy was on his last breath, his lost pet suddenly appeared, and it licked him awake with its warm tongue. The little boy suddenly remembered that his mother had once told him that the fox cat's blood had spiritual power and could resist the cold and heal wounds. Thus, the little boy held the fox cat in his arms and stroked its fur bit by bit. When the fox cat completely let down its guard, the little boy bit its neck. Chapter 177. Yun Ruoyan's breathing gradually steadied, and her hands around Li Mo's waist loosened. Li Mo paused and looked down at Yun Ruoyan. She was small and curled up in his embrace, her long, black hair mingling with his own. Li Mo couldn't help but reach out and stroke her hair. Yun Ruoyan turned around in her sleep, her back facing Li Mo. Li Mo leaned against her back and murmured softly, "Don't ever turn your back on me. Don't ever turn your back on me." In the imperial palace, in an empty courtyard, there was an expensive lamp that was filled with night pearls. It emitted a faint white light, illuminating this empty room day and night. A red-robed Li Qianyuan was slumped on a soft couch in the middle of the room, a eunuch-like servant kneeling in front of him. "I don't want to waste my breath, so confess yourself," Li Qianyuan said as he admired his slender fingers. Fourth Imperial Prince, this lowly one has always followed the 4th Imperial Prince's request. "Every day, I will come to Sweet Fragrance Garden to keep watch. All the items in the garden will also be maintained regularly." The palace servant knelt on the ground, his entire body trembling, his voice also trembling. "Servants, open the cupboard and take out the sandalwood box within," Li Qianyuan ordered lazily. 2 palace maids standing to the side opened the only wardrobe in the room and took out a sandalwood box from within. Li Qianyuan took the box and gently caressed the intricate carvings on its surface. "This box used to contain my mother's favorite dress, but it's empty now." Li Qianyuan slowly opened the box. "You said that you've been keeping vigil at night and maintaining it regularly, so where's this dress?" Your servant, I don't know." Cold sweat beaded the servant's forehead, but he didn't dare to wipe it away. "Do you think that I won't be able to return once I'm sent to the Qin kingdom?" Li Qianyuan closed the box again, his slender fingers caressing the floral carvings on the lid. "You've taken my benefits, but not only have you refused to work for me, you've even lied to me. Do you servants think I'm deaf or blind?" "I wouldn't dare." Li Qianyuan's sudden harshness made the 2 palace servants kneel as well. This prince does not need a servant who is blind and full of lies. Li Qianyuan glanced coldly at the servant kneeling at his feet. "Chop off his hands, dig out his eyes, and cut out his tongue. Throw him into the mass grave to fend for himself." "Yes, 4th Prince." The 2 palace servants at the side immediately stood up and pulled down the palace servant who had fainted from fright. After the servants left, Li Qianyuan was left alone in the room. He stood up from the couch, carrying the sandalwood box with the pattern of 100 flowers in his arms. He walked over to the wooden cupboard and placed the box back into the cupboard. "Mother, your clothes were worn by Miss Yun." Li Qianyuan said slowly, "When I was young, my mother took me to the Yun family to play. I saw her once, and she looked a little different from when I was young. But the clothes don't look ugly on her." Yun Ruoyan was woken up by Li Mo. By the time she opened her eyes, the sky was already beginning to brighten. Li Mo had reverted back to his black-haired, black-robed form, and Yun Ruoyan felt a little dazed, as if the previous night had been nothing more than a dream. Let's go. Why are you spacing out again? Didn't you sleep well last night? Liamo smiled at the dazed Yun Ruoyan. I slept very well. Yun Ruoyan stretched out her hand, and Liamo grabbed it and pulled her into his embrace. After sending Yun Ruoyan back to her rooms, Liamo left quietly without alerting anyone. Yun Ruoyan returned to her room and took a short nap. She groggily heard Yun Maxiao's voice coming from the courtyard. She got up and opened the door to her brother, who was talking to Peony. Brother, I'm back. When did you get back? Yun Maxiao frowned. I came back a long time ago, Yun Ruoyan mumbled, rubbing her forehead. Yun Ruoyan knew what her brother was worried about. She was still young and talented, and Yun Maxiao was worried that she would regret giving herself to a man too early, or that she would be abandoned by him. When Yun Ruoyan was as ugly and weak as she was before, Yun Maxiao had hoped that she would find a man to settle down with, preferably one that he could control. That way, he would be able to stand up for Yun Ruoyan when she was bullied. But now, the situation had completely changed. Not only had Yun Ruoyan become more beautiful, but she was even more talented. If she continued cultivating like this, her future would be limitless. Yun Maxiao didn't want Yun Ruoyan to fall in love too early and delay her cultivation. Moreover, the other party was the slaughtering king, Liamo, whom Yun Maxiao felt powerless against. Whenever Yun Maxiao imagined that he wouldn't be able to stand up for Yun Ruoyan if Liamo were to abandon her one day, Yun Maxiao couldn't help but feel suffocated. Ruoyan, you're leaving for Kongming Academy in 2 days. Yun Maxiao walked up to Yun Ruoyan and warned her sternly. I know, brother. Yun Ruoyan found that Liamo and Yun Maxiao were even more nervous than she was. She hadn't been nervous before, but now she was infected by their nervousness. I'm going into seclusion for the next 2 days. I won't be going anywhere, all right? Yun Ruoyan immediately begged when she saw that her brother was about to speak. Yun Maxiao looked at Yun Ruoyan helplessly. I'll be following father to the imperial court in the next 2 days, so I won't be able to keep an eye on you. I'll send you to Kongming Academy in 2 days. After Yun Maxiao left, Yun Ruoyan began to cultivate. She had to ensure that her spiritual vortex was full and that she had enough fire-attuned spiritual energy to deal with the upcoming trial. Once she started cultivating, time flew by, and before she knew it, the sky had darkened. At night, Li Qianhan came to deliver a spatial ring to Yun Ruoyan. He told her that Liamo was away on business and wouldn't be able to send her off in 2 days. Although Yun Ruoyan didn't seem to mind, she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Li Qianhan took out the items from the ring one by one, placed them on the table, and explained their uses to Yun Ruoyan one by one. Most of the items were bottles and jars, and Li Qianhan introduced them as spiritual pills and antidotes. Although Liamo didn't know the exact location of the trial, he knew that it would be filled with poisons, so he prepared some antidotes for Yun Ruoyan in case she needed them. Apart from the pills, there was also a dagger that could cut through metal. Although it wasn't a spiritual weapon, it had been forged from dark steel and was extremely sharp. Uncle told me to hand this to you personally. Li Qianhan took out a snow-white bead. It was oval in shape, and the protruding part of the bead was threaded with a string to make it into a pendant. Yun Ruoyan took the bead in her hands, feeling a slight chill on its surface. What's this for? Yun Ruoyan asked. This is the beast core of a fish monster, Li Qianhan explained. Li Qianhan replied, my uncle refined it overnight. Holding it in your mouth will help you breathe underwater, extending the time you can stay underwater for at least 2 hours. Yun Ruoyan's eyes lit up. There's actually something like this. Last night, all of Yun Ruoyan's attention had been on Li Mo's face, and she hadn't noticed when he had taken out the beast core. She recalled how Liemo had expended so much effort to kill the fish monster the night before. It turned out that it wasn't just for its meat, but for its core. With so many treasures by her side and her cultivation as a peak 7th rank blade master, Yun Ruoyan's nervousness quickly dissipated. "Mistress," Chocho's voice rang out in Yun Ruoyan's mind. "What's the matter, Chocho?" "I feel that you're too relaxed, mistress," Chocho replied. "I'm worried that you'll underestimate your opponent." "I won't," Yun Ruoyan replied. "It's just that I know what I'm up against, so I'm not nervous." Not being nervous and underestimating my opponent are two different things, and I definitely won't. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and it was finally time to set off for Kongming Academy. Kongming Academy was scheduled to open in 5 days, but the path through the Kongming Mountains was winding, and it would take at least 2 to 3 days for them to rest and recuperate. Li Qianshao was in charge of escorting Yun Ruoyan and the others to Kongming Academy, but just as they were about to set off, something unexpected happened. Yun Ruoyu had suddenly fallen ill, and it was a very serious illness. According to Zhe Lan's maid, she had been vomiting and having diarrhea, and within a single night, she had lost her human form. If not for the third madam's timely arrival, Yun Ruoyu would have been dead. With no other choice, Yun Ruoyu had no choice but to give up her admission to Kongming Academy. As a result, Yun Ruoyu was left completely alone. She was frustrated that Yun Ruoyu had to fall ill now of all times, as if she'd done it on purpose. When the sun rose above the horizon, Yun Ruoyan and Yun Ruoyu bade farewell to Yun Lan and the Yun matriarch. Yun Maxiao escorted Yun Ruoyan and Yun Ruoyu toward the Kongming Mountains. The Kongming Peak was located deep within the mountains, and even at the foot of the mountain, it would take a full day of galloping on horseback to reach the peak. As a result, the three of them chose to ride horses instead of carriages. When they left the capital, Yun Ruoyan, the Lin sisters, and Zhui Feng met up. The three of them were also riding on mutated fire horses. Fire horses were quite precious, and the Lin family only had 2 of them. Lin Qingchen and Lin Qingxue rode one each, while Zhui Feng rode the other. Yun Ruoya wasn't welcome in this group, and she was well aware of that. She rode by herself, not greeting the others. Just as they were about to set off, Yi Qianying's voice came from behind them. "Sister Ruoyao, do you want to join us?" When they turned around, they saw Yi Qianying riding in front of a group of about 10 people. Most of them were scions of the capital's aristocratic families. Yun Ruoyan even saw Rong Yuashan, whom she had met once at the crown prince's wedding. She still looked as proud and arrogant as ever. Behind Rong Yuashan were 4 or 5 men dressed in warriors' robes. None of them looked weak, and they were likely to be her servants. Rong Tianling was the crown prince's uncle, and Yi Qianying was his concubine. Rong Yuashan even had to address Yi Qianying as her cousin-in-law, so it wasn't surprising that they'd formed a group. Moreover, the scions of the aristocratic families were clearly attached to the Rong family and the crown prince's manor. Yun Ruoyao joined the group without hesitation. Just then, Rong Yuashan suddenly galloped over. Her gaze wasn't on Yun Ruoyan, but on Yun Maxiao. Chapter 178. I heard you're trying to steal my brother's position. Rong Yuashan was dressed in a bright red dress, her head held high as she stared at Yun Maxiao, who was more than a head taller than her. There's no such thing as stealing, Yun Maxiao replied coolly. Whoever's capable will have the position. Hearing Yun Maxiao's words, Rong Yuashan sneered and said in a provocative tone, "You'd better be careful." As soon as she finished speaking, she rode her horse to the side, and the entourage behind her immediately followed, passing by Yun Ruoyan's party. Yi Qianying stared coldly at Yun Ruoyan the entire time, and Yun Ruoyan continued to stare back at her until Yi Qianying turned her head away. There were many paths to the Kongming Mountains and the Kongming Peak. Yi Qianying and Rong Yuashan took the main road, while Yun Ruoyan's party took the smaller paths. Yun Ruoyan's party whipped their horses and galloped all the way, arriving at the foot of the Kongming Mountains by noon. Even though they took the smaller paths, they still encountered two groups of students who had rushed over from all over the Qinyuan continent. Because they were destined to be rivals, they didn't interact much with each other. By nightfall, they had already entered the inner regions of the Kongming Mountains. At this rate, they would arrive at the Kongming Peak by this time the next day. The last time Liamo had flown Yun Ruoyan to the Kongming Peak, the journey had taken less than 2 hours. Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but sigh at how convenient it was to have a divine sword at her disposal. After eating some dried rations and roasted pheasant, they began to meditate and conserve their energy for the next day's journey. Because they had traveled the entire day, everyone was exhausted, and they quickly fell asleep. After sleeping for some time, Chocho suddenly began to call out in Yun Ruoyan's mind. "Mistress, mistress, wake up." Yun Ruoyan woke up from her dreams. Chocho's tone was rather anxious. "Chocho, what's the matter?" "There's a powerful aura nearby, and I don't know what it's trying to do." "Mistress, you have to be careful," Chocho replied. Yun Ruoyan was fully awake, but she didn't immediately alert the people around her. Instead, she focused on sensing the aura around her. If he really encountered a particularly strong opponent, he couldn't act rashly. Strangely, Yun Ruoyan didn't sense any particularly strong auras. Instead, she could only sense a few weaker ones, and their cultivation was likely no higher than that of a 4th-rank blade master. "Master, that powerful aura has disappeared again. I don't know what's going on." "There are only a few weaker auras left," Chocho said. "Have they left?" Yun Ruoyan guessed. "It's also possible that his aura has been concealed," Chocho said. At that moment, the 4 flame stallions not far away suddenly whimpered in unease, startling Yun Maxiao and Zhuori Feng out of their stupor. "Not good, it's horse thieves." With a low grunt, Yun Maxiao sprinted towards where the horses were tied, with Zhuori Feng following closely behind. The neighing of the horses woke the Lin siblings up, followed by the sounds of fighting. "What's the matter, Sister Ruoyan?" Lin Qingchen and Lin Qingxue looked at her curiously. "Perhaps it's horse thieves. I'll go take a look." Yun Ruoyan stood up and walked in the direction of the fighting. If it was just a few horse thieves, Yun Maxiao and Zhuori Feng would be more than enough to deal with them, but if they weren't, then she would have to be more careful. As a result, Yun Ruoyan didn't rush over. Instead, she walked over carefully, asking, "Brother, what's going on?" "A few horse thieves," Yun Maxiao replied. Yun Maxiao and Zhuori Feng were both holding lighting devices made from beast cores. Under the illumination of the white light, Yun Ruoyan could see the 3 captives that Yun Maxiao and Zhuori Feng had subdued. Each flame stallion could be sold for thousands of gold coins, and it was quite valuable. It was the day when students from Kongming Academy were rushing to the academy, and a large portion of them came from large families. As a result, it wasn't uncommon for them to encounter horse thieves at night. "Spare us. We're just a few ordinary thieves, and we only want to steal horses to sell for some money. We don't have any intentions of harming anyone," a man in his 30s begged. Yun Ruoyan noticed that they were dressed like commoners, and judging from their auras, they were only 4th-rank blade masters. Generally speaking, a 4th-rank blade master in their 30s could only be considered an ordinary cultivator. On the Qinyuan continent, most guards or bailiffs were at least 5th-rank blade masters, and 4th-rank blade masters were only a little stronger than commoners. If they didn't have a special way of making a living, they could only do manual labor. However, there were many who were unwilling to do manual labor, and they ended up becoming thieves and bandits. These 3 men were probably of that sort. This type of people was the most detestable. If an ordinary person without any cultivation encountered them, it would be very tragic. If they were caught by an expert, just like today, they would often be killed on the spot. After the first person begged for mercy, the other 2 also began to beg for mercy. They said a lot of things about their parents and children. Scram! Yun Ma Xiao shouted at the 3 men. Don't let me see you again. Zhui Feng removed the bowstring from one of the men's necks. The 3 of them stumbled and crawled as they fled. Seeing that the horses were fine, they continued to rest, but Yun Ruoyan was still a little puzzled. Early the next morning, when they woke up, they realized something was wrong. Their flame-mutant horses were all dead. They squatted down to examine the horses, only to find that all 4 of them were bleeding from their gums, and their eyes were wide open and green. It looked like they'd been poisoned. Damn it! Zhui Feng couldn't help but curse. It must have been those 3 thieves from last night. Everyone had thought that the 3 men had only wanted to steal their horses, but they hadn't expected that they'd actually intended to poison them. Are those horse thieves sick? Lin Qingxue didn't understand. Stealing horses can be sold for money, but what good would poisoning them do them? Yun Ruoyan thought for a moment. Perhaps that's what they're trying to do. Sister Ruoyan, what do you mean? Lin Qingchen asked. This poison doesn't seem like something an ordinary horse thief would have. If I'm not mistaken, someone must have bribed them to poison our horses so that we won't be able to get to Kongming Academy in time. Yun Ruoyan crossed her arms in front of her chest. The deadline for Kongming Academy's trial is at noon the day after tomorrow, and if we miss that deadline, we'll be disqualified. Someone must be trying to stop us from entering Kongming Academy. They'd been expecting to encounter all sorts of difficulties and dangers upon entering the trial, but they hadn't expected to fall into a trap before they even reached Kongming Academy. It's all my fault. I was tricked by those 3 scoundrels. Yun Ma Xiao exclaimed, vexed. Brother, it's not your fault, Yun Ruoyan replied. By the time we discovered those 3, our horses were probably already poisoned. Even if we killed them, we wouldn't have been able to escape this fate. Apart from Lin Qingxue, the rest of the men present were more cautious, but this incident was simply too unpredictable. What should we do now? Lin Qingxue frowned. Without their steeds, even if they didn't sleep at night, they wouldn't be able to reach Kongming Academy in 2 days. Yun Ma Xiao could only carry 1 person on his sword, and if they really had no other choice, he could only guarantee that Yun Ruoyan would reach Kongming Academy on time. However, neither Yun Ma Xiao nor Yun Ruoyan wanted to abandon anyone until the very last moment. In the end, they decided to pick up their pace. As they hurried along, they encountered a group that had caught up to them. Someone in the group gloated when he saw them, saying that this was the 3rd group they'd encountered that had lost their steeds. Yun Ruoyan went up to ask them about it, and the answer she received was that the steeds of those 3 groups had been poisoned, just like them. Some of them had even given up and were returning home. Yun Ruoyan had thought that this was an act specifically aimed at them, but it seemed that this wasn't the case. Based on her analysis, it was likely that some of the students were doing this in order to reduce the number of competitors. And such a big move couldn't have been made by any ordinary student. Perhaps it was the doing of a certain family. It seemed that the battle had already begun. Yun Ruoyan looked at the group in front of her. The 8 of them were dressed in the clothing of the Qin Kingdom. The Qin Kingdom was located near the sea, and they had probably never seen such a mountainous landscape before. Because they had enough time, and because they had encountered a group without a steed, they were able to relax and walk at a leisurely pace. An idea popped into Yun Ruoyan's mind. She glanced at her brother, who was also looking at her. The siblings nodded at each other, having come to the same conclusion. The group in front of them had about 7 or 8 people and 8 flaming steeds. If they could spare 4 steeds for them, the problem would be solved. However, the 8 of them clearly wouldn't do so. After all, no one would look for opponents for themselves, and Yun Ruoyan's group's current predicament was exactly what they wanted to see. Yun Ruoyan's group followed behind the group unhurriedly, but they quickly aroused their vigilance. "Brother, will the people behind us try to steal our steeds?" a rough-looking youth asked the leader of the group. The leader was a rather handsome youth, slightly younger than Yun Ruoyan, and about the same age as Shui Feng. "If they're forced into a corner, they might," the leader replied. "It looks like they have a high cultivation, and we're no match for them. Let's speed up and shake them off." The 8 of them whipped their steeds and galloped away, no longer enjoying the scenery. In less than 2 hours, the 8 of them had left Yun Ruoyan's group in the dust. After shaking off Yun Ruoyan's group, the 8 of them slowed down and set up camp to rest as soon as the sky darkened. After eating and drinking their fill, the 8 of them began to talk about the wonderful life they were about to embark on at Kongming Academy, humming the songs of the Qin Kingdom as they drifted off to sleep. As time passed, the campfire slowly extinguished, and the sound of snoring filled the air. Yun Ruoyan, Yun Maxiao, and Shui Feng retracted their auras and hid in a thicket by the side of the campsite. Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but sigh. "Those 8 sure are careless. Not only did they leave no one on night watch, but they even slept so soundly. Their cultivation isn't high either, so aren't they just sending themselves to their deaths?" Of course, Yun Ruoyan's group wouldn't kill them for their steeds, but they could lie in wait for the 3 horse thieves to arrive and catch them before they poison them. You're tuning in to the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.